got a doozy today. I for those who are not following me on social media, it is about we're going to be debunking some PragerU stuff. So I decided to get out the strong stuff. If it'll focus, there we go. Now it's barrel-aged Old Rasputin. Old Rasputin is already a pretty good Russian Imperial Stout, but then you barrel age it, and it just gets really good. And that is not the bottle opener. There we go. So, oh good, it actually is in the background. I got out all my frickin' Civil War regalia. So like, you can see there's my actual sword that I have from being a Cav Scout. This is a properly set up, you know, it doesn't fit over my headphones, but hold on a second. Ta-da! See, this is my my actual, you know, like it's set up specifically for being in dress uniform and everything. So, you know, that's literally something that I could wear in uniform. Can you tell I have a bit of an awkward setup here? Like that's just sitting on a bike pump. And I've got my sword, my cavalry saber right there, hanging on a frickin' just on a rung of my hat rack. Also, I have several other hats. Got one here, got one here. You can't quite see it, but there's another one behind it. Another Union kepi. You know, these ones are supposed to be like that, but you know, it's the long kind. You know. Ta-da! I wonder if I could actually. Oh my god! I think I can actually wear this one. Yes, I'm wearing this. Nice. I didn't know I could actually wear one of these with the headphones on. All right, gotta keep this one on. That's nice. So, I'm having too much fun. Yet I haven't even started drinking. Think about that. This is going to be fun, guys, because I've already watched the video in question, and oh man, it's bad. It's really bad. It's pretty much just like, but the other guys did slavery too. Mom, it's not fair. It really is. It really is. Other countries had slavery too. Woo! We're gonna see a lot of just straight up apologism. It's gonna be funny. You thought you had managed to avoid the brainworms. Not so fast. Ooh, that really is good. Old Rasputin barrel aged. How high of proof is this, or is it even marked? This stream's gonna get really fun really quick, because look at what that percentage is. Come on, focus. Focus. There you go. 11.4%. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun night. This is gonna maybe if this goes well, then maybe I could do this more often. You know, let's see. Though I will definitely have to get more of those, because that's going to drain fast. It is delicious. You know, the, and it's going to, we're going to be delving into this piece by piece. So, don't try to have me, like, skip forward in the video or anything, because I might actually use this to edit together something for YouTube. Because, it's really that bad. In fact, they straight up do the white men ended slavery thing that I debunked, what, 4 years ago? 4 years ago. It was 2017 that I debunked that. 2017, and they're still doing this BS. No, they actually managed to get some stuff right. It's like, it's a typical PragerU video where they managed to, like, get just enough right to make people, like, believe them. But anybody who knows the subject is going to sit there and just go, like, what? Like, I mean, it's the, you know,
slavery is bad, but the other guys did it too! Ah, and then we ended it! Yay!
It really is that dumb. As the video called The Homeless Question, I actually haven't watched that one, though I did, I don't really want to watch PragerU videos on a normal basis, but this one caught my eye, and it was just like, whoa, this is going to be bad. And it was. Somebody posted on my Discord server, which, you know, you can go to the Discord here. Somebody posted on my Discord server a link to this thing, and it showed the thumbnail for the link, and I was like, it shows white hands in chains. White hands. I kid you not. Like, and it says, a short history of slavery. Like, oh boy, you knew right off the bat that it was going to be bad. And let me show you, hold on a second. Let me show you, just so that we can start digging into this. Let me show you what was literally the first live chat comments. And I kid you not, these were actually it. Yes. That those were the first comments. Was, God help us, and slavery is okay. Like, seriously, those are the first comments. And will it allow me to... Nope, it won't allow me to go to the previous one. And let me show you this. This was actually the the thumbnail for this thing. I kid you not. This is the actual thumbnail. Like, who thought that this was a good idea? It's two white hands in chains and says a short history of slavery. Oh boy. Is it bigotry if I advocate kicking him in the balls? Well, the presenter, as we will see, does not have balls. So, no, you can't do that. But like, just look at that thumbnail. Holy moly. It's so bad. Already. But they have a black... Oh, hold on. Gotta do it in the Kermit voice.
But they have a black person narrating the video! How can it be racist if a black person is doing it? Wah!
And in case you don't know, it's Candace Owens who is narrating it. So, before we get into the video itself, I have to show you the they couldn't even get the they couldn't even get their citations correct. So PragerU does this BS where they force you to go to their website to check their citations and that. So right here you can see there's a link, but you'll find out it goes to the wrong video. It goes to What Unites Americans. This is not the video. This is the video. This is the video, you bloody idiots. How did they get that wrong? And it's still there. This video has been out for 2 days. And the rest of their description, by the way, is just links and their transcript. Like, what? Like, if you go to one of my videos, for instance, we'll go straight over to let's see here, go down, content, and go to my last full video. We won't show you. You can see right here. These are previews for patrons. So if you were a $5 patron, you could see those previews. But right here is my last episode, where you know, and you can see right there. Okay, this is probably hard to see. Hold on. You can see right there, it says references. Then you see retrospective coverage. This is actually a link to a, and, you know, some coverage from the time. Then there's Will O'Neill's interview and the transcript of it. These are the actual, like, FBI files from about Fred Hampton. So if you go here, you can see the first of these files and get the little FBI disclosure thing, and you know, there's the actual, like, files for Fred Hampton. Then you can see all the books that I used, books and articles that I used. So, like, this is all right up front. You go to the video, you'll see it literally comes out looking the exact same thing as I was just showing. All that's right there, right? Like, this should be so blatantly easy. You have connected videos right here that's like to previous videos. Like, here's my Race Riots video, which, yeah, they actually make the following content has been identified by YouTube community as inappropriate or offensive to some audiences. They make you agree to this twice. Twice, and you have to be logged in. No joke. And yet, they don't do this to PragerU. I wonder who can afford advertisements on YouTube. Probably not the cynical historian guy. He seems too small. But you go to PragerU, they don't have that. They have links to the wrong thing, and we'll be going deep into their sources along the way, because even though this is a 5-minute video, we're going to be spending a lot of time having to go through just how much stupidity they've got in there. But the point is, this should be the standard. If you're gonna try to be like, we are talking about, you know, radical truths, and these are the, you know, I have something to say that's important, and I have an important argument. My thesis may challenge people, but here are my sources. If you're going to do that, it should be like bare minimum basics that you include your sources, and that you don't link to the wrong frickin' video. Like, their facts and sources here, like this one has 5 for a 5-minute video. This one has quite a bit more. We'll get into why that is, but it's like, how incompetent do you have to be to even to start off at that level of stupidity? they didn't even link to the correct article. They didn't even link to their correct sourcing. I had to actually search their website for this. I don't want to spend any more time on their website than I have to. Load the page, make sure that it isn't refreshing, call it good. I mean, Kalwarf, they actually have more sourcing than Woodrow Wilson, but Wilson was working at a different time when, you know, having less sources was okay. Also, King of Nuance asked if I use Chicago or APA. Chicago, man, always Chicago. CMS forever. Like, who in the history profession uses anything other than Chicago? But like, yeah, that is a very low bar, and they already managed to trip over it, right? Comparing late 1800s citations is not a good comparison. Yeah, CMS all the way, baby. But let's start going into this. So I have to turn off the background music for that. There we go. And we'll just, well, no, I don't want to watch it on YouTube. That gives them a view and all that, and no. We will be going in their sources, but I won't watch it on them either. Instead, I have downloaded it, because I know better than to give them anything more. So, let's start the video. Please let me know if you can't hear it well enough, because, you know, I want you to at least hear what is being said and everything, and not just have me explaining everything and, you know, possibly strawmanning them, like I even can. So here we go.
And now for a brief history of slavery. Here's the first thing you need to know. Slavery was not invented by white people.
Already, starting off with, like, this kind of like... It is... I do hear people saying this kind of thing. And, in fact, if you go to my 10 Common Slavery Myths video... let's just go there real quick. Slavery... If you go to that, you'll find that... that it will show... I don't remember which number it is. So, number 2 in my 10 Common Slavery Myths video is literally this myth. But notice that I say America and not white people. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of ethno-nationalism in this from a black woman. From a black woman who is equivocating America with white people. A black American who literally thinks that America is a white country. So you can already see, this is starting off bad, right? This is going to be horrendous. It's not white people that the myth is, it's Americans. Because, yeah, of course Americans didn't invent it, it goes way back, but like, holy crap. And you'll see, they'll talk about, like, look at all these ancient cultures that had it. It goes back to before history and all that. And yet, somehow, they're willing to say that white people didn't invent it. No, it's not white people. Americans didn't invent it. America didn't come around until 1776. Like, Of course, slavery predates 1776, and that's what and essentially what they're going to do is my first little one right here. But boy, does it go off the rails quick.
Not start in 1619 when the first slaves came to Jamestown. It existed before then.
So far, so good.
It did not start in 1492 when Columbus discovered the New World. In fact, when the intrepid explorer landed in the Bahamas, the native Taino tribe hoped that he would help them defeat their aggressive neighbors, the Caribs. The Caribs enslaved the Taino and, on occasion, served them for dinner.
Yep. She's just straight up calling them cannibals. Now, while there is some archaeological evidence for cannibalism, this is straight up a colonial narrative. You'll find that there were a lot of Spanish not ministers. What's the word? Friars, basically. Missionaries. There we go. A lot of Spanish missionaries who would trump up the evils of the Indian. And beat you to it, Duresser. But the missionaries would often trump up these claims. But we do have some archaeological evidence of possible cannibalism within what is now Puerto Rico. But it's not good to just be using that to be like, but look, the Indians did it. What do you think were the first slaves to be transported across the Atlantic? The very first slaves. They were Taino. Yeah. Christopher Columbus enslaved Taino people and transported them back to Spain. That's the first transatlantic slavery passage. The second one was on his return voyage, picking up some in Africa. Like, Christopher Columbus literally invented the transatlantic slave trade. And look at how she's trying to apologize for that by saying, but like, the Caribs did it. Whoa. Like, listen to that again.
The Caribs enslaved the Taino and, on occasion, served them for dinner.
See? See that kind of... But, you know, oh, it's not 1492. No. That's not the case. But...
discovered the New World. In fact, when the intrepid explorer landed...
I notice that she calls him the intrepid explorer. You know, not the, murderous maniac that he really was.
In the Bahamas, the native Taino tribe hoped that he would help them defeat their aggressive neighbors, the Caribs. The Caribs enslaved the Taino and, on occasion, served them for dinner.
Another thing to point out here is that she's definitely playing into this colonialist narrative that is really self-serving to the Spanish, who use these kinds of myths to justify their what they called reduction of Indians. Now, reduction meant to convert them and place them on some sort of mission system. Oftentimes, converting them, putting them in the mission system, and then moving them onto some kind of plantation. This initially was called the encomienda, and then it became and then a later system when actual slavery became illegal. Actual Indian slavery, I should say. African slavery existed in the Spanish Empire all the way until the 1880s, but the Spanish started enslaving Indians, and when they did this, they reduced them to Christianity, put them on an encomienda, which is basically the transfer of the manorial system, the Spanish manorial system, over to the Americas, and then placed the and then literally enslaved these people. They weren't serfs. They were officially property. Now, the difference between serfdom and slavery is if the person themselves is possessed rather than them being forced to stay on the land. In practice, they can often be quite similar, but ultimately it comes down to whether you are possessed or you are possessed by the land. And this was very real slavery. It was eliminated in the 1530s. So they switched from the encomienda system to the repartimiento system, which the repartimiento system, I am not good at Spanish, was essentially the actual manorial system. So rather than being enslaved, these people were forced to stay on the manor. So they were essentially serfs. And the repartimiento system continued all the way until 1821, when Mexico gained independence. And Mexico, we'll see, will actually come up a number of times in this, not because Candace Owens brings it up, but because she purposefully ignores it, because they're darkies, and she doesn't like darkies. We're gonna see a lot of racism from Candace Owens. But let's continue. We're not even we're only 30 seconds in.
Slavery existed in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East.
Look at that. Huh. There's a piece missing. There's a piece missing. Also, there's another piece missing, and another piece missing. She was literally talking about Taínos being enslaved by Caribs right here. Notice this big chunk is not right here in the Caribbean, where we get the name Caribbean, Carib. No Europe, no America. I don't really know the history of Australia, but I would guess, I mean, slavery was everywhere, right? Slavery was everywhere. And, oh boy, did a certain part of the Mediterranean become very enthralled with slavery, to the point that they literally made a movie about, 15 years ago or something like that, where these supposedly free Spartans fight against the Persians who were coming to enslave them, when it was literally the exact opposite of reality. That Persia was openly against slavery, and the Spartans had helots. And the movie just completely forgot that. This is going to do the same damn thing. Just look at that map of slavery. Wow.
The word slave actually comes from the Slavs of Eastern Europe. Millions of them, all white by the way, were captured and enslaved by Muslims in the 9th century and later.
Millions of them. Not Slavs. You could say Caucasians. Like actual Caucasians, people from the Caucasus. That was a very common raiding place for not 9th century Muslims, but 9th century Muslims didn't have access to I'm having trouble even parsing this claim, because 9th century Muslims did not have access to Slavs. What? The word slave does possibly come from Slav. We're not actually sure about that, but but it originates from Greek. Greek. It's really this simple. You go to Etymology Online, and you go there, and you type in slave. Now, notice that, let's see here, where's the little thing? Maybe I have to go. Alright, screw it. Just type in. Oh, hey, your face. I recognize you. Oh, I've already typed this in before. So, you can see it comes from medieval Latin. Let me make that bigger. You can see that it comes from medieval Latin. Transfers through Old French. If we go. No. If we go here, we can see it enters French in the 13th century. Now, when did it enter Latin? Because I know that it's ancient. Maybe I have to hit Slav? No. Maybe slavery. Oh, come on, give me the... Well, normally it's very quick to figure out. That's literally the one... Aha! But now it shows this. That's the one I was looking for. Now you can see that it has quite a bit of a lineage. So starting in the... It only starts being used in English in the 13th century. That's quite late, and there's really not much slavery in England at that point. But the monarchs at that time also didn't speak English. That was the time of people like King Richard I, who is happily sleeping right there. You know, all hail the king. Speaking of, King Richard recognizes laser bolts. Hey King, you gonna stay asleep? Yeah, he's asleep. Let's not wake him up. But you can see that it comes from Old French, which is what people like King Richard I were actually speaking. They were coming from the Holy Lands, so they might have actually gotten started using the word from back then. Thank you, Dresser. What does hype train incoming? You'll have limited time to learn to use exclusive emotes. I don't know what that means. Or bit gifts, sub gift, or use bits to get to the next level. Okay. I have no idea what that means. I am not exactly good with Twitch. But, going by the etymology, you can see that it goes through medieval Latin, then Byzantine Greek, and then some sort of old church Slavonic. Thank you, Laserbolt. So, this has a deep etymology that goes back more than 1,000 years prior to the 13th century. So basically we're talking Roman times, right? We're talking, well, at least Byzantine Greek. So that's gifted thank you, your face. Oh, cool. That means we just hit 100%. Yay! I don't know what that means. I have no idea what that is. But the you can see already that they're playing games with words in order to demonize other people who just happen to be brown. Yeah, this is already getting pretty frickin' racist, and considering the complexion of the person who's doing it, you'd think that she'd be a little bit more aware of what she's saying, but she's not.
The Ottoman Turks, all white by the way, were captured and enslaved by Muslims in the 9th century and later by the Ottoman Turks.
That's quite a jump, right? how do you go from the 9th century to Ottoman Turks? The Ottoman Empire is a 14th century empire, lady. Wait, what? Like, in the middle of that, you had Mongols. Like, how do you mess that up? Then, hell, in the middle of that, you have the Crusades. How do you skip the frickin' Crusades? And remember, this thing literally proclaims that it is a short history of slavery, and all we've heard is a bunch of apologia. Or apologia? I don't know how to say that. Is it apologia or apologia? You know, apologism. Let's just put it in more English-friendly terminology. It's a bunch of apologism thus far, right? Let's not look at, you know, how horrific the transatlantic slave trade was. Let's just point out, you know, other people doing slavery. And since this was such a jump, let's jump into her sources, because this is how they do their sources, by the way. They just have the quoted phrase and then view source. You don't know what the source is. You don't know what you're clicking on. And it's just a click. It's not like a book or anything. It's like some online source. So, let's go to this one. Millions of... Yeah, I should probably... Ooh. What did I just do? Oh. Millions of Slavs were captured by a... Oh. Hey, look. There's source for the word slave. Let's see where that goes. Ups. They don't have a source. They lied. Alright. And this goes to some old BBC article from... that has no sources or anything, just Old Testament and the Quran. And let's see here. When they say millions... Nope. Maybe they're getting it from... let's see here. African... Notice that the article they link... I should probably... Because this is like a 90s YouTube page. I mean, BBC page. Like... But... Oh, thank you, everyone. We might get to level 4. Hello, Laura the Tent. So, I'm noticing that almost all of this has to do with Africa. Let's see. That's not going to... okay, so the term slave has its origins in the word Slav. You know, blah blah blah. Correct. Well, possibly. We don't actually know that for sure. And thank you, everybody, for we have gotten a level 4. I don't even know what that is. we're playing a game that I don't know what it is. So, you know, we can see that the term, the Bible and the Quran have specific explanations about how to treat slaves and whatnot, both of which are actually pretty pro-slavery documents. And then the blah blah blah. There's literally not a single word about Slavs in this afterwards. And then it says African slave owners is literally the next thing. Like, where is this claim sourced from? Notice where we came from. We came straight up from where it says millions of Slavs were captured and enslaved by Muslims in the 9th century and later by the Ottoman Turks. And their source goes to an old BBC article that has basically all about African slavery. Where is this? Like, it talks about the Greeks and Romans. Maybe they just screwed up their links again. So let's, you know, how this link goes nowhere, right? Because they couldn't even bother going to etymology online. So let's go to the next source. Maybe the next source is that they just screwed up the arrangement of the sources. Oh, no. They just literally linked to the Britannic... oh, this one's going to be bad, too. But nothing in there has anything about, you know, Slavs. It does talk about Imperial Russia having slaves and serfs. Like, that's, like, it has, actually a funny thing, they're going to get something wrong here, that Russia was one of the first countries to abolish slavery, but they reduced the slaves into serfs. Basically what the Spanish would do with Indian slavery in the New World. But, of course, they kept up the transatlantic slave trade at that point. What even is... Oh, gifted a sub. Nice. Thank you. That's a lot of stuff. I don't even know what all this stuff is. Thank you, everyone. So, we can see that this is already just horrendous. Their sources don't... They have some sources that are straight up not there. And they have other sources that don't prove what they say it proves. Like, at no point does it say millions of Slavs were captured and enslaved by Muslims. Nowhere in there. It doesn't say that. The closest they get is that it's the 9th century AD. It says nowhere on there is it millions. It's not there. They're lying. So, yeah. Who would have thought? PragerU is lying. Candace Owens is lying. What an amazing thing. You know.
Slavery existed when the Roman Empire controlled the Mediterranean and most of Europe from the 1st through the 5th centuries. Slavery existed when Alexander the Great
And most of Europe, but, you know, not anywhere else. You know, the places that the Romans literally named entire continents. You know, their Asia province and their Africa province. Those must have existed somewhere. I guess in Europe. So Rome existed. They didn't say anything. Notice she didn't say anything about them holding slaves.
By the Ottoman Turks. Slavery existed when the Roman Empire controlled the Mediterranean.
Slavery existed. Not that Romans practiced slavery, it just existed. You know, Romans didn't just, you know, take over entire large swaths of territory, capture huge batches of slaves, and then parade the slaves down Rome's streets in what was called a triumph, where we literally get the word triumphant, was about parading slaves down Rome's street. No. Slavery just existed, guys. Good lord, this is bad. I need a drink. Yeah, slavery just existed. And she's going to go back to the Greeks right after this without, you know, talking about servile insurrections or anything. You know, that whole Spartacus thing. That was just a thing that happened because slavery existed. And the Roman Empire took over only Europe. Yeah, notice the pattern here. Also, the Roman Empire wasn't, like, only white. That's that's a white supremacist thing that they get really like uptight about, the fact that there were like literally black emperors and whatnot. Like, we can actually find the color of some of these people because they would paint statues, and we can test the pigments on the statues, what's remaining on those statues, and find out like some of these people were black, a lot of these people were brown. Where there were a bunch of people from North Africa who would end up being major leaders in Roman history. Plus, for a while in U.S. history at least, Southern Italians were considered non-white. Because here's another thing that we can maybe get into later. The term white is really new. Like, as a racial designation, it's really new. What people used to refer to as races were basically ethnicity. Like, you would have the Irish race, the French race, and there I'm just mostly referring to language rather than what like medieval people would call race. But the fact is, in medieval times, race was a completely different concept. Our modern concept of race is modern. It's 17th century. We developed it alongside transatlantic slavery. The English developed it alongside transatlantic slavery, roughly over the course of the early 17th century, especially around times such as the Pequot War and the First Major Virginia War in 1622. I cannot remember it. Powhatan War. The Powhatan War. These are times when we start seeing people differentiating that, and it really comes to the fore in the 1690s with things like Bacon's Rebellion, where Bacon's Rebellion had slaves and indentured servants working together to try to overthrow the Virginian government. That, of course, upset the planter class. And so they used that to kind of differentiate between slaves and indentured servants. And at that point, that's when a lot of kind of like privileges were given to indentured servants that weren't translated to slaves. Because at no point were indentured servants from, say, Ireland slaves. They were indentured servants. It was part of the system of under people like Cromwell and that during the mid-17th century, who used Irish rebels as basically fodder to send to places like Barbados and that, and be treated absolutely horrendously. But they were normally given only a 5 or 7 year indenture. Now, an indenture is an actual contract saying how long you are forced to work without a wage. So all of these indentures had to be differentiated from slaves, because slaves are owned. People are owned as property, unlike an indenture where you own the contract, and that contract has a limited amount of time. I just saw that like it automatically held somebody's comment. Isn't this entire argument of whataboutism? Okay, so first of all, the term is red herring. Whataboutism is some internet thing for people that don't know how, for people who don't know the rules, like the actual logical terms. It's called a red herring, and yes, a lot of this is absolutely a red herring. It's the...
But the brown people did it too!
It really is that. No, it wasn't your fault, Loki. It said that it was automatically held for reasons of race. So that was Twitch doing something. I don't know why. Anyways, let's get on with this, because let's see what they have to say about Greeks, who, you know, entire society functioned on slavery. I mean, so did the Roman Empire, of course, but, like, the Roman Empire had a whole, like, means of expansion and a lot of, like, ways of kind of, like, getting out of slavery. I mean, there were a couple of emperors who were former slaves, right? So, like, the empire had, like, ways of encouraging manumission, and manumission is when you free a slave, just your own personal slaves, and it was considered a noble thing to manumit your slaves. You know, this was something that, you know, it was, oh, hey, Stefan, I didn't notice you were there. The far right have, hold on, I didn't see your comment. If anybody hasn't seen Stefan's channel, it's a great channel on archaeology. He said, I do believe people in the far right have had a crisis of a slight crisis of whiteness since genetics revealed PIE is I don't know what PIE stands for. People came from what's now Ukraine, Russia, and Slavs used to be looked down on by Nazis. What is a PIE? Proto-Indo-European. Oh, I should have known that one. Okay. So the Proto-Indo-Europeans are. It's a weird thing because it's a linguistic category, so I don't really know how there's genetic stuff. You should do a video about that, Stefan. There's literally an open letter from Irish historians that have said stop. Yeah, I actually linked to. I kid you not. I linked to that in my 10 Irish slavery myths. It is this one, I think. Nope. EP. Oh, here it is. Yeah. This is that, letter you're referring to, Stefan. Yeah. Luckily, they don't do that myth in this in this video. They basically all of this is red herrings. They're basically trying to say, like, you know, hey, don't blame white people. Don't blame white people. As though the term white people even existed in the Roman Empire. What kind of balderdash is that? And yeah, Stefan, I would love to see a video from you talking about, like, how genetics and you know, Proto-Indo-Europeans, because Proto-Indo-European is a linguistic category. You know, it's literally a language that we, like, reconstructed by doing etymology, and you know, we don't even know if it's an actual language or if it's just kind of an abstraction from linguistics, you know? So, yeah. Anyways, let's get back on track and see what she has to say about the Greeks.
Most of Europe from the 1st through the 5th centuries. Slavery existed when Alexander the Great conquered Persia in the 4th century BC.
There you go again. Slavery just existed. And also, slavery didn't exist in Persia. Conveniently leaving that one out, isn't she? There's a reason why the Bible absolutely loves Cyrus the Great. Like, Cyrus is called the Great because of the way the Bible portrays him, because he freed the Jews from Babylon. like, or is it the Assyrians? I always mix up Babylon and the Assyrians. I don't remember which one died first. What do you mean it did exist in Persia? No. They went out of their way to free people. That was kind of the point. That's how they conquered a great deal. Now, they didn't actually outlaw slavery, so there was actual slavery within Persia. But the Persians themselves, the Achaemenid dynasty, the Achaemenid dynasty made big overtures as they were taking over the old Assyrian and Babylonian empires that they were not going to enslave people. That was literally kind of part of their selling points. That's why they were so good. The Medes before them had it, yeah, but the Achaemenids, I cannot say that word. The Persians, let's just say that. The Persians did not enslave people. That's actually kind of one of the big things that Herodotus got wrong. And you can see from Persian steles that they very clearly talk about, like, we will come and free you. So, yeah, just conveniently leaving that out.
It was so common that Aristotle simply considered it natural. The slave master model was just how the world operated in the great philosopher's day.
Oh, so the Greeks didn't have a very particular system of slavery. It's just the way things operated, right? You know, and you'll see in just a second she's going to talk about how Egypt always had slavery, even though we don't actually have proof of slavery in Egypt until the 18th century BC, which is about 400 years into the actually more like 500 years into you know, written Egyptian history. They'll talk about. Oh yeah, they're going to talk about slavery today, and oh boy, we're gonna see how bad it is. But she is correct in that Aristotle kind of made this entire you know, idea that, like, people who became slaves were just always meant to be that way. That there's a difference between slave and free people, and there's just a natural difference. Of course, he forgot somehow, even though he literally participated in it and watched it happen to his fellow Athenians, like a bunch of Athenians during Aristotle's time were enslaved, so he should know the difference of that. But Aristotle was anything if not ignorant of the society around him. But that dynamic, she's also referencing something that slave owners really love to reference. Pro-slavery folks love to say that, like, oh, this is just where black people should be, and that they should be because of the color of their skin. Notice at no point in this we are talking that she is talking about, like, you know, how slavery worked. It's just a thing that happened, you know, and it's a thing that happened elsewhere. Notice that she keeps on doing this whole, like, elsewhere thing, right? Rather than talking about slavery where she lives, where I don't know her parentage or anything, but it's very likely that she had, you know, ancestors who were enslaved. And we can literally tell that in the United States simply by looking at people. That's not something that's normal throughout history. There's a very unique circumstance that creates that. A very unique circumstance, and they're just gonna blow right past that.
Slavery existed during the time of the ancient Egyptians 5,000 years ago, as far back as we can go in.
Notice she said 5,000 years ago. Egypt didn't have written history 5,000 years ago. We don't know if slavery existed 5,000 years ago in Egypt. We do in Mesopotamia, but Mesopotamia is a very different place. So, when she makes such a blatantly false statement, that means it's time to go to her, up. Looks like there's no source. They don't have a source. Good God. It's like, they don't even have a source for that. Like, they just say, oh, it happened 5,000 years ago, something, Like, straight up, they don't have a source for that. All of these claims, you know, slavery just existed. You know, well, I mean, you don't really need a source about that slavery existed. But it would be good to have a discursive footnote to weed out all of the problems with it just saying it existed rather than it, you know, being used by the Roman Empire and being used by Alexander the Great. You know, that one could argue that a lot of the expansion of those particular empires was driven by the need to get more slaves. You know, but that would actually be having to talk about history in a video called A Short History. Like, how do you even deal with this? And here's the thing, and I think I see Dan in there talking about this. When they're talking about ancient Egyptians and all that, well, we do have proof of slaves being taken by I think it's called the Middle Kingdom. I'm gonna have to look it up. Here we go. If we just type in slavery in Egypt, I should probably put ancient Egypt. Oh hey, there's even a Wikipedia on it. Cool. So, the Old Kingdom period, armies captured, blah blah blah. Documented evidence existed of in the reign of Sneferu in the 26th century BC. Okay, so we could give her the benefit of the doubt, and although I wish they would link that evidence in here, it's in the UCLA. Wow, an encyclopedia referencing an encyclopedia. That's not dubious. Also, I've never even heard of the UCLA Encyclopedia of Etymology. I've never even heard of that. Oh, Egyptology. That's why I haven't heard of it. And, okay, we can just believe them. 26th century. So that does put it close to 5,000 years. It's more like 4,500 years, but let's just let them round up for no reason. Don't you know that citation is for losers? Yeah, they can't even cite Wikipedia. It really is sad. But we know for sure that most of the pyramids were built by wage earners. Now, what they earned is actually what is being shown, which is they basically had a grain dole. A lot of that was in beer. What is probably being pictured here, I mean, it's just like a flat pot, which is historically inaccurate. But they didn't make flat bowls or anything. Most of the time they had these little spikes that they would stab in the ground because they all had basically just dirt floors. No, they had packed dirt, but it was still dirt. And these people would collectively drink beer. So unlike how we drink from a cup or a glass or whatever, obviously they didn't even have glass at this point, but they would actually drink collectively from a big thing of beer with straws. Yeah. Like, Egyptians drank beer with straws. So, but what's interesting there is that we have actual, like, pay documents, even papyri talking about, like, labor strikes. Like, actual labor strikes while building the pyramids. Because a lot of that stuff kind of got buried with the pyramid, especially in the pyramid complex at the Great Pyramids of Giza. What about cups? You know, they had them, I'm sure, but they would normally collectively drink, because when you have beer that's made from grain like how they made it, you know, unlike, you know, lager or ale or anything like that, back in the old kingdom of the of ancient Egypt, normally you would basically just have big vats of barley or grain, or you know, some sort of grain, wheat, whatever, probably mostly wheat, because that's a lot of what they grow. Even today, that's a lot of what they grow along the Nile. And there's actually a theory that the agricultural revolution was driven by the want for beer, but essentially they just put big vats of you know, wheat or some sort of grain and just throw a bunch of water on it and leave it there just to fester. And eventually it would ferment. That was basically how beer was made for thousands of years. And this is, you know, how civilization began, right? And yet, you know, if they were slaves building these pyramids, we wouldn't be seeing, you know, arguments over wages. We wouldn't be seeing letters back and forth from the court talking about, like, hey, this person didn't get adequately paid or something like that. You don't get paid as a slave. Also, there's no talk about who owns who or anything along those lines, because they weren't slaves. Now, apparently we do have evidence of 26th century slavery. So that goes pretty far back. But that's not 5,000 years. It seems a bit nitpicky, but also notice that they're showing pyramids in the background. So it's kind of important to dispel that myth. Yeah, ancient beer was absolutely gross.
As far back as we can go in human history, we find slavery.
True, but not in Egypt. Just skipping Mesopotamia for some reason.
As renowned historian John Steele Gordon notes from...
You always love how they have to add these adjectives. Instead of just historian, it's renowned historian. Now, I've never heard of this guy before, but I actually was earlier looking up his CV. So here's something you can do if you hear somebody talking about, like, their you know, some famous historian, blah blah blah. So you just go John Steele. Well, you can see that I've already been looking up stuff, right? Gordon CV. And look at that, he has a website. Oh. It's a terrible website. This is This is like a website from the early 2000s. But here's the thing: there is a Wikipedia on him, and you will see that he's a climate change skeptic. Wrote for Commentary. Commentary is a neoconservative magazine. So you can see why they're calling him renowned. Now, you can also see, I was just curious as to who the heck this was. I look up books on him, and he appears to be interested in mid-19th century capitalism. Like, that appears to be his main focus. You know, he talks about trains. He talks this Scarlet Woman of Wall Street is talking about you know, a train bubble during the Civil War, and then a little bit afterwards, and how it led to a big scandal during the Grant administration. So you can see what the like, how does this guy have anything to do with talking about slavery, and how is he renowned on this subject? Like, at this point, I've published more on slavery than he has. Like, I'm, by that standard, I'm more renowned about slavery scholarship, and I would never, ever call myself a renowned historian. Period. Well, I guess I would say notorious for, like, or infamous, but not renowned. So notice that she's doing a bit of sleight of hand here by using those kinds of adjectives. We've already peeled apart some of those adjectives, but they fly quick and loose, right?
As renowned historian John Steele Gordon notes from time immemorial, slaves were a major item of commerce. As much as a third of the population of the ancient world was enslaved.
So, I don't doubt him on this, but notice how they're using this particular thing. And yes, my dad was on Pawn Stars. That doesn't make me a particularly good historian. Although I will point out that despite my dad being... I will absolutely call my dad a world-renowned historian, because I literally can't go anywhere without him being recognized. We actually have to, like, plan around my dad being recognized. It's really annoying. But here's the funny thing. Did you know that I have a higher degree than my dad? Like, already, I have a higher degree, and I'm working on my PhD. Like, my dad is world-renowned, and I have a higher degree than him. I don't know what litifundium is. In some places, sure, but talk about a generalization. I mean, you'd know better, Stefan. I don't know ancient slavery that well. I'm not an ancientist or whatever you call that. Or classicist. I don't know the term for it. But I'm certainly not... well, classicist refers to just Greeks and Romans, like, and maybe the Han Dynasty. But, like... And the Gupta Dynasty. And the Mauryan Dynasty. But, like, that would be it. It doesn't go to ancient when you start talking about, like, Assyriologists, Egyptologists, and that kind of thing. But anyways... but I guess it is quite the generalization here. Maybe they're talking about just the Roman Empire. I could see like a third of the Roman Empire being enslaved. I don't know that for sure. And certainly by the time that Christianity rolls around in the late 3rd to 4th century AD, that you start seeing less and less slavery in the ancient world. But, you know, that's mostly because the Roman Empire was contracting. It wasn't because of Christianity or anything. It was because the Roman Empire was literally contracting. And so the main way you got slaves was to, you know, take over more territory. If you're not taking over more territory, you're not having more slaves. Basic economics, right? But, like, like, there is a weird sleight of hand that's going on here. Whether or not the statistic is accurate, the weird sleight of hand is to be like that ancient slavery is the same as modern slavery, and it's not, like, at all. And we won't hear about race-based slavery in this entire thing. Oh, hey, look, it actually has a, you guys can't see it, but, right there, it actually has a URL in the corner. Oh my gosh, let's go to the URL. Hold on a second. Let me put it over here. So it says www.cityjournal.org/a-short-history-of-morality? Is this supposed to be Nietzsche? Like, what the heck are they even talking about? Uh-oh, it doesn't go. Alright, let's go to here. Nope. Once again, they don't... Now, this is a crime right here. This is a crime against history. If you quote somebody, you provide a citation. Now, I think they're trying to do a citation here, but notice, it went nowhere. Oh, I typed W 3 times. Okay, that's probably it. And I misspelled journal. It's hard to keep track of everything while also doing that. Okay, so here we go. It actually does go there. Slaves are the majority. Let's see here. Slaves. Till modern times, slaves were the majority. And remember, this is a guy who actually writes for a neoconservative magazine. Like, literally writes for a neoconservative magazine denying climate change. Like, he's a frickin' historian. That's not his goddamn job. Anyways, until modern times, slaves were a major item of commerce in many parts of the world. As much as a third of the population... notice that it says as much as a third. Oh, she does say that. Okay, so they're playing some word tricks here. As much as a third. So, you know, giving the highest estimate of the ancient world was enslaved, and slaves had no legal rights whatsoever. Slavery died out in Western Europe after the fall of the Roman Empire in the West. Kind of? Okay, so we can... But it was largely replaced by serfdom. Okay, yeah, that checks out. It didn't fully die out. Slavery, for instance, was known in in England by Bede's time, so that's the 8th century, and then Scotland had slavery all the way until Henry II, and Henry II, that's like 12th century, so yeah, it didn't really just die out, and that's just the British Isles. I can't speak to, you know, like the Holy Roman Empire or something like that, you know? Eastern Europe, however, remained an epicenter of the slave trade. Indeed, so many Eastern Europeans were sold into slavery in the Byzantine Empire and later Ottoman Empire that the very word slave comes from the people, blah, blah, blah. Alright, yeah. Checks out. But notice that this article has no citations, none whatsoever, and at the bottom here, it just says John Steele Gordon specializes in business and financial history. So, what the heck does this have to do with slavery? Turns out, very little whatsoever. So, this quote is really misleading. You know, calling him a notorious historian is very misleading. And then this, right here, as if he's some sort of authority on the subject, is also very misleading. So, let's move on.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Okay, so we've only learned one thing, guys. This entire time, somehow there's only one thing that we needed to know thus far.
White people were the first to formally put an end to slavery.
Oh, there we go! Boom! Bigotry! Right there! Yeah! Yay! Fucking idiots! Jesus fucking Christ! Oh, yeah. So notice, starts off with, but slavery was in other places, woo! And then goes straight to a myth. White people ended slavery. And first to end slavery. So, I know that I need to pull this up. Wikipedia actually has a pretty useful, I think it's just called Timeline of the Abolition of Slavery. Yeah. So, this is one of the things that Wikipedia is really good for, is timelines. So, I highly encourage people to check these things out. Like, you'll notice that each and every one of these has a footnote. They're pretty good at it. And in fact, since I use this thing in class, what was that? In 2018. In 2018, in fall of 2018, this has actually gotten far better. So, you know, they've included a bunch more stuff now, and then there's also weird ones like I don't even know where Emirati is. It's apparently one of the makeup things of the Caucasus, but you know, like they get into some weird, you know, weird territory here. But you'll notice right here that while there was one form of abolition, most of these things all are like, you know, one type of slavery was abolished, but not another. So, you know, for instance, here is talking about the Roman Republic in 326 BC. That's really early. Abolished Nexium. Oh, debt bondage. Okay, yeah, they were definitely against debt bondage. You'll find actually debt bondage is one of the first things that gets removed constantly. But so some of these things get like really exclusive. For instance, in during Pope Gregory I, he banned Jews from owning Christian slaves. Notice that he had to do that because Christian slaves still existed at that point. I'm sure they Stefan said it as they aren't such thorough scholars. I'm sure they checked the historical record of every single country. Yeah, Wikipedia is a great place to start looking at places, but you'll see that like some of these things are, you know, for instance, the Qing dynasty, the first emperor of China, actually did some abolition during his reign. He even discouraged serfdom. Now, he did levy a corvée. A corvée is basically that people in this area have to do labor for the empire. It's not slavery. It's not quite serfdom. It's more that people in this area have to work. There is actually still corvée in a lot of countries. Actually, the United States still technically has a corvée in many ways. If you are ever like told to work, like for instance, Amish people is a perfect example of a corvée. Amish people, when there's like a barn raising or something like that, Amish people will basically be required, like the community will have some sort of punishment if you do not do this, but you have to go and help raise that barn. You know, the punishment can be as severe as shunning, but normally it's something as and shunning in Amish culture is a dire circumstance. It means that nobody is allowed to talk to you anymore and that kind of thing. Can be temporary sometimes, but you know, especially in this circumstance. But there's other ones, like for instance, you get forced to walk all the way to the English and ask for a ride back. English being just, you know, Americans who are not Amish. So that's a corvée. That's an actual corvée in the United States. Sometimes you will also find that a corvée will exist when it comes to emergencies, such as, you know, Houston is a perfect example where they started basically forcing people to give up their vehicles to help ferry people away from all the flooding that hurricane happened recently. Most of it was voluntary, but some of it wasn't. If it wasn't, then that is a corvée. So, like, in the United States, a corvée is still a thing. So, the Qin dynasty actually employed a corvée, not slavery. Which is really weird. Oh, it's calling it tribute layer here. Okay, so, let me full screen this. So, you know, I was talking about the corvée and everything, and I'm like, oh, it calls it tribute layer. You know, however, peasants instead owed tribute layer labor as a military service to the state. Now, notice that you can't quite see it. Now, notice it says tribute labor right there, right? And I've been talking about this weird French term corvée, right? Now look what happens when I hover over it. It says corvée. It just is using the term tribute labor instead of corvée. And yeah, the Qing dynasty used tribute labor. Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor, it literally means Qing, the first emperor, was an abolitionist, believe it or not. But so it's weird. Also, does it talk about the Mauryan? Yeah, it does talk about the Mauryan dynasty. So Emperor Ashoka abolished the slave trade and encouraged people to treat slaves well. So you can see those are not, like, by modern definitions, those are not white people, right? And they're already doing stuff to abolish slavery. So let's see, you know, because, you know, the first thing I'm going to say is that the British stopped slavery. Let's see what the first, like, full-on abolishment is. So, Tondo in the Philippines. Oops. Alright, let's go to modern times. When is the first modern state to abolish slavery? The Philippines by royal decree in 1574. Now, that's a bit weird to say that because one that's by decree from Spain, but Spain would keep slavery in the Caribbean all the way until the 1880s. So I don't know if we can really call that an actual abolition. But there's Lithuania. So Lithuania is the first actual abolition of slavery in modern history. Modern history being the key term there. Now, notice that where Lithuania is in this picture. You know, not exactly, you know, in Western Europe. Guess where she's gonna be looking at? Not Lithuania. Also, something to point out, where is... I know in Russia it was converts all slaves to serfs. Yeah, so in 1723, Russia becomes the first to abolish slavery. Of the major states. So of the major, well, I mean, Lithuania is, you know, a major state. I mean, look at that. That's freaking huge, right? But although that's the 15th century, by the 16th century, they'd lost a great deal of territory. Anyways, they're going to get this so abhorrently wrong because, you know, they have to talk about white people, right? And of course, that's the typical thing of white people freed the slaves, right?
In 1833, Britain was the first country in the history of the world to pass a Slavery Abolition Act.
First country in the history of the world. And you know how they reference it? With our very next reference. Just the Encyclopedia Britannica. A 19th century abolition. Let's not talk about all the stuff that happened before it, huh? You know, let's not talk about Lithuania. Let's not talk about frickin' Russia. Let's not talk about, you know, the Qing Empire. Nah. Oh, boy. And, remember, they said white people. They didn't say Europeans. They said white people. Because she's a racist. She's just a plain racist. It's obvious.
Quickly followed by France, who in 1848 abolished slavery.
Quickly followed by France, who, you know, notice that they're kind of skipping over something with France here? You know, the fact that France had actually abolished slavery during the 18th century. You know, something was going on there that she's really forgetting. Yeah, as Mitanaka says, Haiti! 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 What? Somebody said something about an island. I don't know. We were talking about Britain, weren't we? Not Haiti. Also, notice slavery abolished in Britain in 1833. Let's see here. Let's see if we can pull up a timeline of slavery in Mexico. Or actually, it's probably just under here. Mexico. Independence, blah blah blah. The plan of Vigila frees all, the slaves born in Mexico. And what is that? Well, it's a plan, so that would be a manifesto, not an actual, like, was it carried out? Spanish Viceroy signed the Treaty of Cordoba, ratifying blah blah blah, and thus confirming Mexico's independence. Yeah. Where is that? Oh, that doesn't even talk about slavery, so, no, that's a bad reference. What is this referring to? This is why you check your sources. So the word slave is literally the same, and it's not in there. Let's see here. How do you say servant in Spanish? Yeah, either way, I don't think it started in 1821. That was one of the ideas from like 1813, if I remember correctly, but not in. Okay, so there it is. The Constitution did have slavery officially abolished in it. No. Okay, so although this was not stipulated in the Constitution, slavery was prohibited in the Republic. Miguel Hidalgo promulgated blah blah blah. Yeah. Why does it say hashtag slavery? what is going on here? This is just the. Oh, this is that. Guerrero did in fact promulgate the abolition of slavery. Now, this caused a bunch of problems in Texas or Tejas at the time, and so you could argue that Mexico didn't really end slavery because there was Tejas, there's Nuevo Mexico, there was Alta California, there was Baja California. All of those places still had slavery of some sort existing, but in the case of Baja California and Alta California, those were territories, but and same with Nuevo Mexico, or New Mexico. But Nuevo Mexico had a very prominent slave trade, with slaves making it as far within the Spanish Empire as Cuba. But like there were a bunch of Apache slaves who made it to Cuba. I think they're actually called Apache Cubans, if I remember correctly. Apache. We don't need to get into that. Interesting history there. If you want to know more about Indian slavery, some good books. Actually, here, let's pull up my. I keep a big old thing of. I call it my all bibliography. Now you guys got me on the geeky stuff because I get to talk about bibliography stuff. This is where I just keep all my like if I have some article that I've referenced before, I'll copy and paste it into this document so I can do it more often later down the road. It's been over an hour and I haven't even finished my first beer. Well, it is a very strong beer though. So let's go to, it would be under Indian Wars in here, and oh, that's a good one right there. Ned Blackhawk right here is a great representation of Indian slavery in the Southwest. But I'm looking for Captives and Cousins. Where is that? Oh, freaking War of a Thousand Deserts. That also kind of shows how late into the Mexican period that slavery existed, because this is mostly focused on Comanche raiding, but like Comanches would trade slaves and everything. And also, of course, if we're going to talk about Comanches, we have to talk about Pekka Hämäläinen. And why are oh, and Comanche Empire is a great example of that. Where is Captives and Cousins? I don't remember who the author is. I'll just type it in. Captives and Cousins. Here we are. James Brooke. Yeah, okay. So James Brooks is kind of like the go-to source on Indian slavery in the Southwest. And it's called Captains and Cousins, Slavery, Kinship, and Community in the Southwest Borderlands. It's a really important book in terms of Borderlands history, but it's also a pretty nice book in terms of just, you know, what the entire slave trade looks like there, because it's a very different kind of slavery in the Southwest. Here's a picture of the front of the book and everything. This is why I keep this big old thing, because I have, like, by the way, if you guys care about, like, making your scholarship easier to do, I highly recommend doing this. This is all Chicago style right here. And you see, I'll have, like, this is the, Chicago style, bibliography entry. And then if you double click it and go to, you know, footnote 31, you'll see at footnote 31, there you go. That's the actual footnote for the thing. So if I have to footnote something, you know, all I have to do is find the page number of that particular quote, and then just put copy and paste that into that footnote in there, and then just put in, you know, whatever page number, whatever. How did a letter get in there? But the you know, that's how you can make making footnotes really easy. This is also, you can see this is freaking huge. So most things are footnoted, right? You can see most of the things are footnoted, so we'll go all the way to the bottom, which happens to be all my Woodrow Wilson stuff. You'll also notice some of this Woodrow Wilson stuff doesn't actually have footnotes, because I just copied and pasted from other things. But all the way down here at the bottom, that number reads 861. So there's 861 entries that are actually footnoted in this, and you can see there's things that aren't even footnoted. Like, I know that my maritime history one is woefully incomplete. If we go down here, yeah, so you can see I literally have right here where it says, you know, not done yet. There's just like a bunch of ones that I haven't actually done. Did I see Pekka Hamalainen? Oh, that's a different Pekka. Why is this? Yeah, because I copied and pasted this from a syllabus. But yeah, and King George, you're absolutely right. It's kind of awkward to talk about how benevolent the UK was in, you know, being the so-called first. And as a historian, I knew, like to say, when a historian hears something, a superlative like the word first, we start to shake. So, you know, and especially when it's so self-serving as saying that the British did it. And let's see here. Entis, there we go. So, it says it in their linked source. This is the source they link right here. That's the link. And it says right here that, let's read the whole sentence. For most enslaved people in British North America, however, the act resulted only in partial liberation, as it only emancipated children under the age of 6, while others were to be retained by their former owners for 4 to 6 years as apprentices. Oops. Let alone the fact that she's completely forgotten about Haiti. You know, how can you forget about Haiti?
Abolition Act. They were quickly followed by France, who in 1848 abolished
Haiti.
slavery in her many colonies. Then, of course, came the 13th Amendment in the United States Constitution.
Then, of course, you know, forgotten Haiti, forgotten Mexico, forgotten all of the, forgotten the entirety of well, not the entirety of South America, but most of South America, Brazil would actually be kind of the worst culprit in terms of slavery of the entire New World. Something that she's going to forget completely in just a second here. But, you know, it's the greatest hits, right? But just wait until she starts talking about the Civil War. Because she's going to say that it's purely white people. Or mostly white people. I think she uses the term mostly. Which is a cop-out, to say the least. And a fucking dastardly one at that.
After centuries of human slavery, white men led the world in putting an end to the abhorrent practice.
No! Not white men, Europeans, just... God! Like, and she also lists the United States as if it's frickin' white! We have never been a white country! Despite what racists have always wanted. Jesus Christ! And this is coming from a black woman, right?
Practice. That includes the 300,000 Union soldiers, overwhelmingly white.
Overwhelmingly white. There we go. I knew she was gonna say that. Let's see if, nope. Oh, here we are. Overwhelmingly white. Let's see what this is linking to. Union dead, Union losses, blah, blah, blah. Oh, nothing about race. Let's see here. White. Nope. How about black? How about Negro? How about colored? How about just the word race? So, she literally just linked to statistics of Union dead. Well, and Confederate loss as well. So, here's a fun thing. Let's go to colored troops. So it's called the United States Colored Troops. And guess how many people served, how many black people served in the Union Army? Well, I've already highlighted it, so you can see. 178,000. Now, since I'm a historian, I can actually rely on my own work. Let's go to my Civil War lecture. And let's go to the actual part that's talking about the colored troops. Position, blah, blah, blah. Think it's down here. Aha, casualties. Believe I have it here. Nope. Do I not have it in the entire thing? By the way, notice that I have the band reference right there. None of my students even got it. 50 students and none of them got it. But anyways, I could have sworn I had a section in here about colored troops. Oh, probably population in here. Oh, it just has the same statistic that they have. Dang it. I was hoping for more. Yes, Candace Owens is admitting that the Civil War is about slavery, but it is actually PragerU's official position that the Civil War was about slavery. They even have a video from somebody from West Point. I don't know who off the top of my head, but somebody from West Point saying that the war was about slavery. It was a great crusade against slavery. So, you should play Union Dixie. But you can see here, 78,000 men is not a small amount. So if we go to my thing, let's see here. It was 22,000 miles, population, about 500,000 enslaved, 2.1 million. 2.1 million people would serve in the army, 600,000 at its peak. And by the way, the colored troops never quit. Sure, they had plenty of desertion and all that kind of stuff. That was pretty standard throughout all of these things. But they made up at the very least, 10% of the Union Army. And they were only allowed to start serving in 1863. Think about that. At the bare minimum, they made up 10% of all of those who served, and they were only allowed to serve for like half the war. Think about that. And she's saying bullshit, absolute bullshit, like the Union was mostly white. This is some straight up racism. Just straight up racism. Also, weird thing, what the heck are they holding? Like, those look like shotguns. Or root rifles. Like, look at that. That looks like some sort of, like a root rifle. Let's see here. Yeah. Like, what are they holding? Look at that. They're holding root rifles. What? At that point, they might as well be holding derringers. Just be charging in like, you know, like, I got a derringer. Ah! Come on. At least have the right guns. What is this? Or like, or you know what that looks more like? It looks like a lightning rifle. Yeah. It looks like this. I have one of these at home. But it looks like that. Look at that. Just with like an elongated little thing. It's basically this. They can't even animate like actual, like it's so easy to animate a frickin' cap and ball gun. Like, come on.
Died during the Civil War. Now, am I saying that this makes Civil War 300,000 Union soldiers, overwhelmingly white?
Overwhelmingly white. This is false. Overwhelmingly would require more than 90%, right? And yet, 10% were black at minimum. 10%. And notice, what she links is something that talks nothing about the race of the casualties. Nowhere in here does it do that. That's how disingenuous Candace Owens is. And frankly racist. Just ridiculously racist.
Who died during the Civil War. Now, am I saying that this makes white people better than anyone else? Of course not.
Cool. You're not saying that it's about... she's not saying that this is about making white people more, you know, out better to be than what they are. Okay, sure. Like, let's go to... They actually have a transcript, by the way. Now, I say... Okay. She said, now am I saying? At least transcript it correctly. She says, now am I saying this makes white people better than anyone else? Of course not. My purpose here is to tell the truth. Jesus Christ, you've been terrible at that. No, what she's doing is trying to avoid the very real history of chattel transatlantic slavery. The entire time, she's been avoiding that. This, right here, is what we call gaslighting. I see a lot of people online use the term gaslighting incorrectly. How you gaslight something is by saying, no, this is the argument that you're going to be trying to make against me, but I'm not making that argument. So the reason why it's called gaslighting is that you shine... Oh, Dan, there were 200,000 black soldiers in 1865. That's not what Wikipedia says. Where are you getting that number? It says 178,000 right there. So let's close some of these. Oh, can keep that one open. Oh, by the way, I just have to point out at the end of this thing. Yep. Myth number 10 is literally the myth that they're saying right now. And let's just listen to what I have to say here, because it's a lot more concise.
First of all, slavery is still an ongoing issue. Many countries throughout the world have clear slavery, and not just coerced labor like Chinese factory workers. I mean...
Now, I'm going to play this, and I am using this specifically so that I can go get another beer. So I'll be back in just a second.
Chattel slavery still exists.
We weren't allowed to be reporting on slavery. It's a practice the government tries to hide from outsiders. But as we would find, slavery is everywhere in Mauritania, if you know where to look.
It is illegal worldwide, but practiced anyways in a number of countries, so slavery has not ended. Furthermore, abolishment of slavery was not an invention of white people. The Qin dynasty were the first recorded abolitionists. They are the reason why we call that
Right when my
country
screen
China.
glitches.
China, 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 China now.
And the first Chinese emperor
What that footnote said is I couldn't help myself.
was an abolitionist. Slavery fluctuated throughout world history. The idea that slavery is inherently wrong does not originate in Europe, nor is it particularly unique there. Abolition was also motivated by slave
Notice that I literally just showed the thing that I was referencing earlier.
revolts. Slaves were not just docile servants, but often actively opposed their own enslavement. Slave revolts
Huh. Like in Haiti?
happened throughout the modern period, one of which culminated in the liberation of Haiti, long before most European countries abolished slavery. Even when they were forced into the most wretched conditions possible aboard ship on the Middle Passage, there were around 250 shipboard slave revolts. It was such a problem that slave ships often had barricades to defend themselves against such revolts. There's also a kind of disgusting side to claiming that whites freed the slaves. For how wonderful it is that the captors freed the captives. How nice of them to just decide on their own volition to stop oppressing people. This is a particularly pernicious myth, because it makes slaves objects rather than actors in their own right, as well as completely forgetting the Western powers were particularly egregious when it came to the abolition of slavery. All of these myths need to be stopped.
This was actually the video of mine that blew up. Like it currently has 4.6 million views. But like pretty freaking concise, right? And my views have not changed whatsoever. I was absolutely correct then, and I am absolutely correct now. God, it was just so disingenuous what they're saying here. The idea that, like, you know, and really trying to focus on the casualties, because that's actually something that I talk about in the comments response video, is the casualties, and, you know, show, yeah, like 10% of the Union Army were colored troops. Come on.
My purpose here is to simply tell the truth, and the truth is that human history is complicated.
Notice that she lapses into platitudes, right? Because she doesn't have the point that she's actually trying to make, as in expunging the guilt of American society of the legacy of slavery. She's not doing that. She's not going to explicitly say that. She's going to be like, well, history's complicated, jeez. Notice, every time I do something like that, where I lapse into some platitude, you know, history is the story of us, or something like that, it's to make the point that something is not the way you conceive it, right? But that's precisely the opposite of what she's saying. She's saying that, oh, we're just telling the truth. It's just the truth. No. You've lied repeatedly. You've completely missed the point on other things. It's misleading as hell. And you've literally reinforced one of the most pernicious myths about slavery there are. Themselves in the Union... Yeah, absolutely. And in the North, blacks made up less than 10% of the population. Far less than 10% of the population. In the South, it was a very different thing, but obviously they were mostly enslaved. But so yeah, it is actually disproportionately the amount of blacks who gave their lives to end slavery. And I wonder why they would do that, huh? Boy, there's the only time she's talked about race has been to expunge the guilt of white people.
No one, regardless of skin color, stands guiltless.
Except for this entire time has been spent expunging the guilt of white people. Specifically trying to throw a red herring like, oh, well, it existed elsewhere. It was a system. It just existed. At no point does she talk about how it has been perpetuated, how it's changed, how the transatlantic was particularly brutal. At least 1/5 of all people who went across the transatlantic frickin' passage, or the Middle Passage, died during it. 1/5. The transatlantic slave trade is inherently genocidal. That's not the case for ancient Rome. Ancient Rome absolutely has things that we could call genocide, though genocide is a very modern term. But the purpose of the slave trade is to yank population from one place and enslave them in another. That is inherently genocidal. And that is something absolutely unique to white people. In fact, it is one of the things that defined the white race. And this is where Candace Owens is just blatantly being racist. Just as racist as you possibly can be on this. Besides, the only way she could get worse is saying that people deserved it, and guess what's coming next?
Yet today we are never told to consider the murderous Persian Empire, or the
Hey.
cannibalism of indigenous tribes of
Hold on a second, guys. King just started attacking my cavalry hat. Stop. Let me put it to this. King, stop. He was just attacking my cavalry hat. Hi there. Hi there. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Yes. No. All right. You want to be here? You want to? Because he wants to attack my thing. Say hello to King. See, he's looking at the. He's looking at it, going like, "I'm going to get it soon." There we go. So, let me hit desktop. There we go. Let me go
North Empire guiltless. Yet today we are never told to consider the murderous Persian Empire.
We are never told. That's a pretty blatant use of passive voice in an accusatory tone, right? We are never told. Who are we, and who is telling us?
Or the cannibalism of indigenous tribes of North and South America.
The hell does cannibalism have to do with anything? The hell?
Or the cannibalism of indigenous tribes guiltless.
The
Yet today we are never told to consider the murderous Persian Empire or the
murderous Persian... The Persian Empire didn't have... The Persian Empire was blatantly against slavery. That was one of its selling points, you bloody idiot. And then the cannibal... What the fuck does cannibalism have to do with all this?
Cannibalism of indigenous tribes of North and South America, or the heinous actions under the imperialistic Muslim, Chinese, Mongol, or...
You think that we aren't taught about the heinous actions of the Mongol Empire? Some historians estimate the Mongol Empire was the greatest genocide in human history. Was like the most genocidal group ever. That's quite a thing when you're talking about, like, including, Nazis and communists and, many forms of communists. You got, like, China, Russia, Cambodia, like, and historians often estimate that the Mongol Empire was worse than all of that. It's like, come on. She's noticed that this faux outrage, this act of like, well, you didn't talk about the other guys, which is the standard tactic when you're talking about, like, actual history, the thing that this hat right here was used specifically to fight against. And, this whole, like, well, what about the other guys? Well, what about the other guys? What about them? What about them? You have, at no point have you talked about the history of slavery, which would require constructing a narrative. At no point have you talked about, how it's changed over time, aka narrative. And at no point have you talked about the context. The entire video has been Candace Owens pretending that white people aren't that bad, guys. It's not about white people. It's about freaking the entire system. And the people who did that ended up defining themselves as white specifically to make themselves superior to the people they enslaved. White supremacy is based on slavery. American slavery. Now, we could talk about the differences between all the different kinds of chattel slavery, but at no point is she doing that.
Or Japanese empires, to name just a few. Instead,
What? Okay, I must have missed something. What is she talking about Japanese empires?
under the imperialistic Muslim, Chinese, Mongol, or Japanese empires, to name just a few.
What? Am I missing something? Like, is she talking about, like, comfort women or something? Like, at no point has she even talked about these things and what the differences are. I'm genuinely confused. I don't know what she's talking about. And, by the way, it's not in their sources. Oh, what? That's not the sources. Here we go. That's not in their sources. Nowhere. It's just not there. Don't know what she's talking about. Like, is she calling? Like, I mean, you could say that the Japanese enslaved people, but you gotta parse that out a lot.
Instead, we're told that slavery is a white phenomenon. And like all persistent lies, this lie spawns a bunch of other lies.
While, yes, I have seen people saying this, what she's done throughout this is not defeat this myth. You want to see how this myth is defeated? Here you go. Hold on, let me find it. This is the myth that she's actually trying to attack, and here's how you defeat it rather easily.
The invention of slavery predates history itself. While it is generally incorrect to say that ancient Persian and Egyptian states practiced slavery, we know from their records that slavery existed in surrounding states. Furthermore, there is archaeological evidence that shows it was a common practice throughout the world, and nearly every place in the world had slavery at some point in its history or prehistory. Chattel slavery, as in the practice of hereditary race-based enslavement, was something that was practiced throughout the Middle East and Asian steppe for centuries prior to 1492. In fact, much of Islamic states practiced it until the fall of the Ottoman Empire in 1918, and some well after that. The last African country to abolish slavery was Mauritania, and it happened in 1981, and it is still a problem for many countries. Several countries, especially Mauritania, still have prominent illegal and de facto slavery. Since the government is unwilling to enforce its mandates against slavery, many people still hold slaves today. European empires, such as the Greeks and Romans, had practiced slavery and were crucial to their economies. The only real reason why they stopped was that the system of serfdom implemented after the Roman Empire made slavery kind of unnecessary for a while.
So, you can see here, and Matt Housley, you could also see that I talked a little bit about how slavery kind of continues in Mauritania and how it continues elsewhere. That was kind of the point. But, like, you know, you can see that right there, this is how you do it. You say, it exists elsewhere, and then you move on. You don't make some big poignant point about, like, oh, well, poignant point. That's redundant. But you don't go around saying, you know, how can you say that it's all the white people? Like, slavery is a white phenomenon. That's what she's supposedly debunking. Notice the difference between what she debunked and what I debunked. Oh, there you go. And what I debunked. What I debunked is true. What she debunked is unprovable and designed specifically to ignore a great deal of history. Like, at no point has she talked about the horrors of the transatlantic slave trade, nor will we hear about it whatsoever.
On social media, I come across extraordinary depictions about how Africans lived like pharaohs, before Europeans came and laid waste to their paradise.
So now what she's talking about is like how she's trying to deny that Europeans destroyed a great deal of Africa, which, you know, boy is she like denying genocide right here, right? Let me replay that just so that you hear what she actually said.
Like pharaohs before Europeans came and like pharaohs. On social media, I come across extraordinary depictions about how Africans lived like pharaohs before Europeans came and laid waste to their paradise.
1. You bloody idiot, pharaohs are Africans, you fucking idiot. Like, hold on, let me fact check that real quick. Let me type in Africa. Now, okay, so this is Africa right here. What's that? What continent is what continent is oh yeah, it's Africa, you bloody racist. Like, holy crap, of course frickin' Africans lived like pharaohs. Pharaohs are Africans. Furthermore, Egyptians were of much darker complexion prior to the Hellenization of Egypt. So you notice that there's this place called Alexandria. I wonder how that happened. What is this Alexandria? Maybe it was this person that they talked about earlier in the video? I don't know. I seem to remember something about some Alex guy.
Existed when Alexander the Great conquered Persia in the 4th century BC.
Oh, but only Persia. Only Persia. So how did a city get called Alexandria in Egypt, in Africa? Africa. But beyond that, what she's referencing throughout this whole thing with the social media and, you know, they lived like pharaohs. Obviously, pharaohs lived like pharaohs. Duh. But, like, what she's referring to is what's called... I really don't want to put this in my search history. Is the thing that... is the common phrase, we was kings. And notice that that's right there at the Anti-Defamation League. She's just doing a racist meme right now. So, what she's doing right now is the "We was kings" is a racist catchphrase. Let me get that bigger so you guys can see. "We was kings" is a racist catchphrase and collection of memes directed at African Americans and other people of sub-Saharan African descent. Originating in 2015 and popularized by the website 4chan, the phrase is a racist shorthand reference to discredited but popular Bleh, it's hard to say while you've been drinking. The phrase is a racist shorthand reference to discredited but popular Afrocentric theories that claim sub-Saharan Africans were descended from ancient Egyptians. Notice she never said sub-Saharan, she just said African. We'll get to that. The phrase and meme are intended to mock Afrocentric theories and, by extension, anyone who might believe in them. Users employ blah 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 blah. Yeah. Talking about pharaohs and all that, but notice she just said Africans, and
Egyptians are literally Africans. But beyond that, let's talk about Great Benin. So, here's one 19th century depiction of Benin. Here's a 18th century depiction of Benin. Here's a modern no, that's Baghdad. What the heck? Here's an 18th century depiction of Benin. And why do they keep on showing Baghdad? That's Baghdad, you bloody idiots. Here's some remaining walls of Benin. Here's some pictures from the 19th century. But Benin was famous for having one of just the most elaborate walled cities. And notice where it is. It is in that part of Africa. The place where we got a lot of slaves. And here's a better depiction of that. You can see just how complicated the city is in the background, right? If we zoom in a bit, you can see just how complicated all that is back there, right? Benin was an incredible city. And that's, like, it was so incredible that these are depictions from French people. This is a French depiction of Great Benin. So, you can see this is one of the biggest cities in the world as of the early 18th century. And trying to tell me that, you know, oh, these people on social media are saying pharaohs are African. It's like, pharaohs are African, absolutely, you blithering idiot. 2, sub-Saharan Africans had their own form. I've actually specifically dealt with this myth in a video about, I'm in private, because I didn't want that in my search history, but if you go here and, let's see here, it's called Skundströms and Steel. In here, in this video, we will find that, skip that, talk about the theory, hold on, I'll get there.
He spends the rest of that chapter saying, but not that important. Another technology, widespread literacy, and the police in certain places, and war empires in West Africa, as far afield as the Mali and Songhai empires in West Africa, a grand civilization developed as part of the trans-Saharan trade. As one historian says, from the north, West Africa received brass and copper, cloth and spices, manufactured goods and horses, and Saharan salt, and in return, it exported gold, slaves, skins and leather, and ivory. Timbuktu became legendary for literally paying gold weight for weight with salt shipments. Further south was the Kingdom of Benin, which at the time had one of the largest planned cities in history, laid out in a fractal design with wide thoroughfares, underground drainage, and street lighting in the 15th century. As one visitor described it, Great Benin, where the king resides, is larger than Lisbon. All the streets run straight and as far as the eye can see. The houses are large, and especially that of the king, which is richly decorated and has fine columns.
Notice, 1, I actually cite my sources in the video. Right there. Like, you can see it. Let me move my little thing here. Whee! I'm gonna float away. So you can see... Oh, it's starting.
That of the king.
So, you can see exactly
my sources right there, right? Furthermore, you can see the quote, you can see everything you need. And when I said, oh, why isn't it? Oh, I just moved something I wasn't supposed to move. There we go. But also, you notice that I'm not, like, when I say, as a historian says, I say a historian, not a notable historian, or no, she didn't even say notable. She said something ridiculous like, you know, well noted or something. What did she say?
As renowned historian.
Renowned. Yeah. Freaking renowned. Like, Jesus, this is so bad. And this is why I wanted to live stream this, because it's just so freaking bad.
I wish any of this were true, but...
I wish. Some of it is. I just showed some of it is.
It's not. It's a fan.
Okay, so Great Benin, the Mali Empire, you know, all the other African empires, those didn't exist.
Fantasy. The truth is that Africans were sold into slavery by other black Africans, and in many cases, sold for items.
Notice that this point doesn't actually matter to the previous point. Like, this is actually one of the points that I make in the 10 Common Slavery Myths video. I don't remember which one it is. Okay, no. Notice that I actually debunk, like, all kinds of different myths. Confederate soldiers, blah, blah, blah. Was it not? Ah, here it is. Number 9. So, the myth that she's trying to debunk, and notice the difference in the way that she's debunking it versus me. Also, notice the ominous music.
The Colombian slave trade was created by Europeans, and the place that they received slaves was in West Africa. But unlike what is commonly conceived, they did not just go raiding inland with nets to grab up unsuspecting tribesmen. The African slave trade was predicated on Africans selling other Africans. It was a system already in place before Columbus arrived to take the first slaves to the New World in 1498. Like most slave institutions, it was created by capturing prisoners during...
Notice that even within this section, I am already saying, look, the transatlantic slave trade was created by Columbus.
Warfare. Europeans had no need to kidnap Africans, like they show in movies all the time. Africans were already doing that for them. They developed an entire economy around that trade. This devastated Western Africa, which has yet to recover from the economic circumstances imposed by the transatlantic slave trade.
And Medinaka, there were some early raids by, well, Portuguese and Spanish, but this is early 16th century by the late 16th and all the way onward, you'd basically never see such a thing. So, yeah, the movie Roots, which takes place in the 18th century, is absolutely incorrect.
Yet to recover from the economic circumstances imposed by the transatlantic slave trade. That doesn't vindicate Europeans for their slave trading, of course. Two wrongs don't make a right, let alone how Europeans would encourage the trade through their economic incentives and political maneuvering in Africa. It was a lucrative business after all. It just means that Africans were active participants in the trade and not only victims of it.
So, notice how I phrase all of that. I say, you know, Africans were not merely victims, but active participants, right? Now, when I say Africans, notice that I don't say black people. Because the concept of race did not exist at the beginning of this and was created by all of this. That is fundamentally different from what Candace Owens is saying. Candace Owens is blatantly trying to expunge white participation in this trade by acting like, oh, well, the Africans did it, so therefore it's fine. No, that's not how morality works. I literally said it in the thing. 2 wrongs do not make a right. So, alright, see you, Laser Bolt. Let's try to get through this video. Jesus.
Trivial as gin and mirrors. Whites didn't go into the interior and round up the natives. They waited on the coast for their black partners to bring them black bodies.
Black, black, black. She's reducing them to their race rather than their continent of origin. Notice that in my video, I say African because we're talking about Africa. She says black as though the people who were traded were equal to the ones who were doing the trading.
Dark reality is that our lives had very little value to our ancestors.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. She's saying we now. Because she's talking about race, her own race here. We. Let that sink in a bit. She is invoking her race specifically to expunge the participation of white people in the transatlantic slave trade. Something in which just the mere transportation, let alone the inherent cruelty of removing people from their families by an entire ocean. But that passage in and of itself killed 1/5 at the least of the people going across. For reference, that's roughly 300,000 people. The amount of people who died in the transatlantic slave trade are about the amount of people who ended up in the United States. Think about that. And she's just expunging that as though all black people are the same. They all look the same to her, apparently. She's black herself, and she apparently cannot see the difference between black people. Like, Jesus.
Here's the third thing you need to know. If you think slavery is a relic of the past, you're wrong. There are some 700,000 slaves in Africa today, right now.
Okay, this is going to be fun. So, there are 700,000. So she explicitly says...
That's the lowest estimate that I could find.
That's the lowest estimate that she could find, right? So, do they link that lowest estimate? No, they do not. Instead, they link to this website where it says that there are an estimated 9 million people in slavery in Africa. But this is the most disingenuous bullshit of the entire video. It's like, whoa, 9 million people, Jesus! But notice that the very website they link says Regional Analysis, Africa. Regional Analysis. Regional Analysis, Africa. Like, let me zoom that in. Regional Analysis, Africa. Huh. So, regional analysis. And so that means something, right? All right. Well, if this is supposed to be a resource, it seems to be indicating that there's other places, right? Let's go to their findings, their regional analysis. How about we hit... Oh, I meant to hit Americas. Let's hit Americas. Oh, shoot. From their own source, by the way. That's this source right here. In Americas. Let's go a little bit deeper. So what does it say about Arab states? Let's see here. What does it say about Asia and Pacific? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, okay. So it's saying that like Asia and Pacific has that much. Yikes. Yeah, but let's focus on Africa. Findings. Let's go to Europe. So in her so-called white countries, there's actually more slavery than in Africa. But she won't talk about that. In fact, she'll try to say that it doesn't exist elsewhere. I kid you not.
Sources say there are many more. For context, that's almost twice as many slaves as were ever brought to the United States.
And she's comparing an entire continent to slavery in the United States. Rather than slavery throughout the entirety of the Americas, you know, where 3 million people were transported, you know, and a fifth of them died along the way. So you know, a fifth of them didn't make it, but that's still a pretty substantial number that made it to the Americas. But she's very narrowly defining this. She's talking about the United States, because did you know that the United States only had the transatlantic slave trade legal for 25 years? She's literally referring to one country and a 25-year span of that country. Think about how fucking disingenuous that is. How ridiculously racist this is. This right here is the kind of, like, they get one little, they latch onto a fact and then try to spin it in a way that is beneficial to white people, something that Candace Owens is not. And yet, that's how PragerU works. That's how all of this works. It is purely white supremacy.
Child soldiers, human trafficking, forced labor. These are the conditions that currently exist within the same sub-Saharan region where the transatlantic slave trade originated. African bodies are...
The transatlantic slave trade originated in Africa, yes. Sure. By whom? By who, Candace? Did they just suddenly... Did West Africa just suddenly discover America? Or was that, I don't know, some guy... Oh, I don't know. Somebody that you literally mentioned earlier in the fucking video. and somehow have, you know, just expunged of all guilt because of the color of his skin. You bloody racist. Like, holy crap. This is what I'm talking about. It gets worse as it goes along, right? She just gets more racist. It's crazy. And, like, I'm a white guy. Like, that's pretty obvious. As soon as I get close to the screen, I become even whiter, right? But, like, she's not, and yet, oh boy, is she reflecting some white supremacist talking points, right? Because, oh no, it's the Africans who created the transatlantic slave trade, not the people doing the actual transatlantic passage. No. It's the Africans who were doing the trading. With who? Candace?
Being sold today like they were sold then. And no, they are not being purchased by any country of white men. In fact, slavery, by any traditional definition, is exclusively practiced today within non-white countries.
Notice that literally their citations contradict what she's saying here. She's saying, you know, oh, there's 700,000. That's the lowest she could find. She doesn't link to that, but okay, sure. But exclusively in non-white countries. Get ready for a doozy. It's a Forbes article. And here's the best part. It's a Forbes article about the 10 worst countries. And one of them is Russia. A white country. Like, by her definition, it's a white country. Like, it's European. And literally, this entire article is just referencing a statistic. So if we go to the thing that this thing is actually, you know, modern slavery. If we go to the actual thing, modern slavery. Oh, that's a picture. Don't load. Don't load. Thank you. I believe it is this one that they are referencing. Oh. Dang it. But, anyways. This is just the top countries. That's all it is. It's not saying that it doesn't exist in other countries. It just says the top countries. Modern slavery is brutal and blah, blah, blah. You know. Living in just 5 countries. It says it right there. That's the second sentence. They didn't bother to read the second frickin' sentence, let alone the thing that they're referencing has a picture of Russia in orange. In orange. It's right there. It's your own frickin' source, you bloody racists.
But we hear almost nothing about that. Just like we hear nothing about how slavery was universal until good people in Europe and America ended it 2 centuries ago. Why? Because our so-called leaders, black and white, wouldn't profit from it. Black victimhood is...
See? And here we get to the crux of the entire video. Black victimhood is nothing. Just gonna let that sit on the screen for a little bit as you guys react to it, because, yeah, it's that bad. Black victimhood is nothing. She's trying to make it sound like, you know, all these people having Oscars and, you know, academics studying history, you know, we're just profiting off of this stuff. That, you know, trying to make things worse than what they sound, right? That's what we're doing. Yeah. And notice, this is supposed to be a short history of slavery. That is the title of the video. Remember, that is the actual title of the video. A short history of slavery, and she's talking about black victimhood. Never talked about the difference between chattel slavery or any other kind of slavery. When she mentions the transatlantic slave trade, she tries to make it about how black people did it to themselves. And, you know, somehow white people are portrayed as the good guys in this, except for, you know, now that we're talking about black victimhood. Now we're showing a couple white people, although majority black. Notice that? Notice that there's a majority black here. Or, I don't know what she's supposed to be, but I'm guessing black, just from the hair shape. But, like, you know, majority black, 2 white, and the, you know, everybody's making a profit off of this thing.
If not profitable. It elects politicians and funds racial grievance groups.
Racial grievance groups. That's an interesting way of phrasing civil rights. Racial grievance groups. Is that what, like, an advocacy group for when, like, you know, a car flips, like, somebody, like, flips over in NASCAR or something like that? You know, and they're trying to get their freaking medical payments? That sounds like what a racial grievance group would be, but no, she's talking about, you know, people making movies, scholars, probably the rest of them. They're undifferentiated, so it's like, you know, black person, black person, black person, white, white, and Oscar. I guess we could call that gold. I mean, they should be, considering this is from PragerU, should be really, they should really like people who are orange, right? My cat is unamused. You know, they should like orange people. You know, what's an Oscar other than an orange person? The lady in the back is Stacey Abrams? I recognize that name. Stacey Abrams. Oh, she's a congresswoman, isn't she? Yeah. Oh yeah, she's the one who was, like, you know, beating on the door during the whole voting rights suppression thing. Well, they actually make her look better here. I'll give them that. I don't know who the rest of these people... is this supposed to be Morgan Freeman right here? Like, is that supposed to be Morgan Freeman? Let's pull up a picture of Morgan Freeman. I mean... they look similar, right? Right? I think they're calling him Morgan Freeman. I don't know. Who do you guys think this guy is supposed to be? Who do you think this guy's supposed to be? Yeah. White Oscar Mayer was so generic it ceases to mean anything. So true, Tyler.
Not profitable.
All right, let's just go on, because good lord, so blatantly racist. But okay.
It elects politicians and funds racial grievance groups.
Racial grievance groups.
You gotta think about the racial grievance groups. They're ruining America and Western society. Ah!
And if Black Americans began to view themselves as partners in the American dream, if we embraced the patriotic spirit that...
It's because, you know, all these so-called
Racial grievance groups
are, you know, making everything so less patriotic. You have a funny definition of patriotism, lady. Like a, you know, white supremacist kind of patriotism. You know? Kind that would fit with people who wear, you know, pointed hoods rather than blue keppies, you know? That's probably it. Well, this isn't a kepi. This is a, oh, what the heck is it called? A bummer hat. It's a bummer hat. I just love the name. It's a bummer hat. But, you know, she identifies with the kind of people that, you know, wear white pointed hoods rather than blue hats. Should probably tell you something about her, right? Like, how does this have anything to do with patriotism? Like, I don't know. I think a patriotic American should have something to do with wanting to improve their country, wanting to, you know, take pride in what their country does and can be, rather than, you know, trying to deny the past. What kind of blithering idiot thinks that patriotism has anything to do with denying what makes that country?
That holds all men are created equal.
Haha! All men are created equal. A direct quote of a slave owner who has not been mentioned at all and will not be mentioned. You know, because, you know, Thomas Jefferson's slaves were treated fine. He wasn't especially noted for his racial ideology and possibly for foundational writings on scientific racism. No. That wasn't the guy who wrote the literal words you just quote. Oh, hey, Tyler gave me the name of the person who is right here. That's supposed to be the white fragility lady. So it's supposed to be her, apparently. I don't know, I don't really see the resemblance. I mean, that's the Wikipedia thing, so maybe if we go to other pictures of her. Maybe? It's also some fairly unique jewelry. Maybe we can find... I mean, there's that jewelry. That's the closest jewelry that we can get to that, right? They don't look anything alike. So I don't know. But let's get back to the video. Man, I have a lot of tabs open now.
If we embraced the patriotic spirit that holds all men are created equal, the patriotic spirit that is our real heritage, then the race hustlers would soon be out of business.
Race hustlers. Now look at that face. Look at that face. What is that face? I can't even get past this face. Oh man. But race hustlers. What the hell even is that? Are race hustlers like the people who like scalp at like a horse race or something like that, at like a horse derby? Are those like the horse race scalpers? And are what? Like how the I'm losing the will here, guys. I know we have only like a few seconds left in this video, but Jesus Christ, it's so bad. Ah. The guy's playing chess in Central Park Cash. Oh man.
And who are race hustlers, the patriotic spirit that is our real heritage? And the race hustlers would soon be out of business.
Race hustlers.
And who wants that? I'm Candace Owens, author of Blackout for Prager University.
Hold on a second, I'll switch it to chat. There we go. What the bloody hell did we just watch? The race hustlers. Oh man. By the way, actually, I want to point out at the bottom of their thing, of course, the last one is Candace Owens' actual book that she says, because of course they're hawking a product at the end. Of course. You know, can't talk about this kind of stuff, you know, in a serious manner that references, you know, history books and, you know, talks about the scholarship in the field and all that kind of... No. Gotta make some sort of blatant, stupid statement that's meant to, you know, appease white supremacists. Like, why? And then make it sound like, you know, oh, it's all about the other people. Don't stop with the thing about all the American slavery. Stop it. No, we didn't fight a fucking war about it or anything. You know, and that happened to include 10% at least of black people fighting for the Union. 10%. Oh, white people freed the people that they were enslaving. Yeah. That's how history works. Yeah. So, as you guys can see, this was ridiculously racist, it was incredibly white supremacist, and it was somehow driven by a black woman. A black woman who somehow doesn't know better. And seems to really believe in what she's saying. You know, I don't know who writes these scripts. At points she refers to herself, so that seems to imply that she wrote it. And if she did, why is she so racist against black people? Why? She's black. Why would you be racist against yourself? It happens, sure, I know, but like, wow. Just wow, and ridiculously opposed to the history profession in and of itself. And all this stuff about, like, grievance mongering and, you know, oh, but, you know, it's the other guys. I don't really know even how to address that without just saying, yeah, it's just ridiculously racist. And that's what it is. I'm sure if I were to get a comment from her on my channel, she'd be instantaneously banned. Because, as... Hold on a second. Come here. I know, I'm waking you up. I know. It's like, you woke me up, peasant. As... Oh, he doesn't want to stay here. You're stuck here. This is life. Oh, thank you. But, as King Richard I proclaims, bigots get banned. I don't know if you guys could hear it, but it's literally as I said that, he just meowed. He was like, let me go, peasant. Oh, hey there. I know, I woke you up. I'm sorry. He was sleeping and I picked him up. Hi there. So, yes. I absolutely would label Candace Owens as a massive bigot. She is a reactionary, if not a white supremacist. Which is really weird saying about a black woman, but she is kind of a white supremacist. She made a bunch of white supremacist talking points. A lot of what she said tried to either deny or downplay the role of the transatlantic slave trade. When they talk about it, they act as if it's just part of the thing. Slavery just existed. And that's not how you do history. The video, once again... Oh, there goes King. The video, once again, literally says, A Short History of Slavery. That is the title of the video. They screwed it up. Oh, do not play that, thank you. Like, that's the title. At no point did they do any history. There was no narrative. At no point did they talk about, you know, the contingency. You know, how people acted within this system. At no point did they talk about how the system itself changed. When they talk about context, it's to remove white people from the context, as if white people existed in the frickin' ancient times. It's a term that refers to basically the modern era. Like, white people was not a term. It was, yeah, our phenotypes existed, but like, we defined ourselves through slavery. So every time she's talking about white and trying to be like, oh no, but white people didn't do it, it's like, white people defined themselves by slavery. And yet, through all of that, she somehow managed to hit a few correct points, but distorted them in a way that is just pernicious as all hell and reactionary to the core. If not, well, worse. Fascist. Because ultimately, that's what all of this plays into. Fascism. Now, because this is just the standard go-to, and yes, I did kind of plan this out, let's go to Umberto Eco's 14 points. go here. So, you will notice that a bunch of this plays straight into fascism, at least defined by Umberto Eco. His 14 points were cult of tradition, the rejection of modernism, the cult of action for action's sake, disagreement is treason, fear of difference, appeal to a frustrated middle class, obsession with a plot, a conspiracy plot. Fascist society... Societies rhetorically cast their enemies as, quote, at the same time too strong and too weak. Pacifism is trafficking with the enemy because life is permanent warfare. Contempt of the weak. Everybody is educated to become a hero. Machismo, selective populism, and newspeak. Now, a lot of that stuff is talking about like what you know, like a fascist society promotes, but also notice probably the most important part is the cult of tradition. Also notice none of this has to do with race, so that's why some people don't like Umberto Eco's thing, because, you know, fascism always kind of has a relationship with race. But it's that cult of tradition, right? It's about nationalism. And Candace Owens, through this video, has proven herself, if anything, to be a white ethno-nationalist. And remember, it's white people who were shown on the thumbnail to begin with. So, I will leave everyone with that. I'm going to stick around and answer some questions, but I know I'm going to... but just for, like, if I do turn this into a YouTube video, I'm going to leave with that. With that picture of white fists held up in the air, and a video behind it that tries to show that white people are not at fault, that white people are the good guys, and that black people should be blamed. All presented in the nice, pleasant aroma of a black person saying that white people are the good guys. Now let me answer some of you guys' questions. I still have a little bit of beer left, so let me switch to chatting with music. So, it's weird, right? It's this, like, kind of super duper racist thing that she did here. Well, as you can tell, I am calling Candace Owens a ridiculous racist. Yep. So, if you want the simple answer, that's it. And I have a bunch of tabs open. Probably a lot more tabs than they ever opened for all this. You guys, I still have that All Biblio thing open. You guys want any more book recommendations from that? What's it? Javeri says, what's the difference between a white supremacist and a white nationalist? And the difference is that a white nationalist doesn't necessarily declare the supremacy of the white race, but simply wants a nation unto the race themselves. That often requires them saying that the white race is somehow superior. So there's a hell of a lot of overlap, but not necessarily always an overlap. But boy, is that Venn diagram a circle, you know? That Venn diagram looks less like this and more like that, you know? Let's see here. Have you read or looked into The Myth of the Lost Cause by Edward I have a edited volume by that title. I don't recognize the author's name, though. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've seen it. For reference, this is the book he's talking about. Yeah, I've seen it. But, so Tyler asks, you mentioned Haiti during the slave uprising, but is it worth mentioning that the brief French government that formed after the revolution technically ended slavery? I did kind of mention that earlier. I talked about how, like, France ended it during that time, but it was reinstated by Napoleon. Isn't that weird for me? She has been this conservative for quite some time, and BLM protests. Oh boy, she. Didn't. What is the best way? Black Falcon asks, what is the best way to combat people who promise the Lost Cause myth and those who promote the Lost Cause myth and those who downplay it? I mean, the best way you can deal with lost causers is just exclude and ridicule them. You know, I need a... It's a very white screen. Is exclude and ridicule these people, you know? Kind of show how ridiculous they are and how much of a drag on society they are. I can't really say anything more than that, honestly. It like, the whole thing about exclusion and ridicule is really only to deal with bigots, but sometimes the lost cause isn't so much bigotry, it's just misunderstanding, and that's hard to parse. And when it comes to misunderstanding, you try to educate them, but if they are unwilling, that's bigotry. So, like, it's that weird thing where it's like, you tried, you can only lead a horse to water, right? They choose not to partake, that's their fault. A better question is how to combat bigotry and exclusion and ridicule. Seriously, that's the best thing you can do, is exclusion and ridicule. Ban them from your spaces and all that kind of stuff. You know, if it's your house, you control your own house. You know, if somebody comes running into your house and starts screaming a bunch of racial slurs, you have every right to kick them out. By any means necessary, too. You know, that is self-defense. You have a right to defend yourself. But, like, when it comes to people like Candace Owens, she's not, like, running into your house screaming, but white people freed the slaves and, you know, we was kings! No. Instead, it's through this large publishing agency, this you know, archive of reactionary rhetoric. So, it's hard to completely just banish them because, well, you're not in control of these platforms or anything. It's not your platform. You don't have sway, nor should you. if it became more democratic, that would actually mean opening it up. Allowing people into these spaces, even if it's your own. You want to have your own democratic space, then you need to just let that kind of rhetoric go. But your house doesn't need to be a democracy. My property does not need to be a democracy. So when it comes to your to you dealing with these people, you can just exclude them. If you have a racist uncle, you don't need to talk to them. You can just not talk to them. And if you're in an event where you don't really have a choice, you know, it's Thanksgiving or something like that, you can choose to, you know, highlight their stupidity or highlight their hatred, you know, and then refuse to go any further, because you know these people are typically going to be like, well, you're strawmanning my argument. No, I don't care. I don't care what you have to say. You're a bigot. Bye. So Tyler says, honestly, how does someone hold such a self-contradictory belief like white supremacy while being black without the brain imploding? Well, you know, there are specific words that I will not utter that describe that particular kind of person. Self-hating is one of them. That's one I'm willing to utter, but there's other ones that are kind of racist in and of themselves. But I think the main thing, in fact, I think I should probably say this with, you know, the video in the background so that I can kind of make it a final statement, because this is important. Hold on, let me find the thing of...
It's discovered it people. Here's the...
Okay. Let me put this as the thing. Whoop. So, I wanted to say this with her in the background. Specifically, how can somebody be white supremacist while simultaneously black, right? And I think the main thing here is to take pity on Candace Owens, to see her as a willful pawn of white supremacy. Of all the points that she's made here, of all the things that she's talked about, this, you know, trying to expunge guilt and whatnot, that is the point of white supremacy. This idea that, you know, anything we did, you know, white people, literally I am white, I'm whiter than her, but anything that white people did is somehow not as bad. It's always to make the brown people, the black people, the red people, yellow, whatever, seem worse. So when she talks about American Indians, she calls them all cannibals. When she talks about the transatlantic slave trade, she says that it originates in Africa, as though Africans were transporting themselves. When she talks about European slavery, she talks about how Muslims were somehow enslaving millions of Slavs. And when she actually talks about, you know, whites doing slavery, she specifically puts it in the context of ancient history, as though the Roman and Greek empires were all white, and that slavery just existed. And she even says that Persia was more guilty of slavery than Greece, which is a blatant contradiction in facts. So all of this is designed to make the white race appear superior, even though she specifically states that, oh, no, this isn't about superiority. Everybody's bad. It's that typical racist BS where it's like, I hate everyone equally. So, I think that's probably the greatest takeaway in all this. Is that Candace Owens is ultimately a white supremacist. What is my favorite historical flag? I don't know. I don't really have one. But yeah, I think there's not much more to be said about her. She's just a willing idiot. Yeah. Think about, like, the kind of video you make if you have to be like, no, I'm not saying white people are superior. Like, what kind of, that's like the people who are like, hey, I'm not a racist, but, and you know, it's just like in, you know, like that typical thing in the army, you know, where they're like, you know, hey, with all due respect, and you know, everything that follows has nothing but disrespect, right? Like, that's exactly what people are like when they're like, hey, I'm not a racist, but... You don't think she's an idiot, she's just being paid by Dennis Prager. She does this she talks like this kind of stuff off PragerU, though. Like, here's a weird thing. Dennis Prager used to be just a conservative. Like, a regular conservative. He started getting all paleo-conservative in the 2000s. And this is when he had a radio show. He doesn't... Well, he still kind of has a radio show, but, like, anyways. You know, he was a local conservative talk show host. That didn't mean reactionary all the time. Yeah, you had people... the leader of it, like frickin' Rush Limbaugh, who strayed into reactionary territory all the frickin' time. But the mainstay of their content was not reactionary. PragerU is just nothing but reactionary content. There's nothing that's conservative about it. Like, it's just pure reactionary. Like, if they ever stray into conservative rhetoric, they just default right back into reactionary rhetoric. And, like, that is where Candace Owens exists. So I don't know how she could, if it's, I don't think that could possibly be because of Prager. I think it's just because that's who she is. That really is who she is. Yeah, paleoconservatism is very much like ethno-nationalism. It's not quite the same thing, but like it does get there. Paleoconservatism is basically just reactionary. It's just one of those niceties when you say like, "Oh, I'm not a neoconservative. I'm a paleoconservative," or something like that. You know, it's one of those stupid things. The same way that people who are like into techno music are like, "No, it's not techno. It's electro. It's hard. It's, you know, freaking drumcore," or something along those lines. You know, they always have like a billion different subgenres, and somehow they are not parts of subgroups. Rather, they are all independent of one another altogether. Same thing when it comes to things like paleoconservatives. It's like paleoconservative is a subset of neoconservative, and yet people will act like that is somehow completely separate. And remember, like, the paleoconservative is Pat Buchanan. Pat frickin' Buchanan, the anti-Semite. So yeah. It's basically just neoconservative who's turned towards reactionary, you know? Who've gone further right. That's all it is. That's what paleoconservative is. And it's just new reactionaries, as the internet likes to call them. Yeah, I could see you saying Pat Buchanan being the father of Trumpism, but, like, to me, Trumpism isn't so much a, like, form of conservatism as it is a form of populism. And populism can go either way. I mean, there's a lot of things that Trump advocated that were leftist. You know, backing out of trade deals, for instance. That's actually pretty leftist. Like being anti-NAFTA, that's pretty leftist. But that's the thing about populism. It's not really about a left-right divide. It's more about, like, you know, fighting an establishment. And yeah, I would absolutely say that Trump is a reactionary, but I also wouldn't really call him a conservative. You know? Like, he benefits conservatism, but he himself not really conservative. He's prior to 2015 he was just a reactionary, and after that he was a populist. So, you know, I think a lot of people tried to make him out to be like this unique force, even though you could see him coming a mile away given enough hindsight. And his base is conservative, but there's also a ton of conservative never-Trumpers. You know? You had a bunch of people like the Lincoln Project or the Midas Touch or a bunch of other things like that. Very conservative, but also really anti-Trump. And Tyler, you've got it right. Trump is remote. Well, I mean, he's unique in many ways, but in terms of his politics, yeah, no, he's not unique in any way. And they help pave the way, but so do leftists. Like, in literally the same way. This isn't some, you know, false equivalency here in terms of just making politics more toxic. That is literally the role of both sides. This isn't some sort of thing where it's trying to be like, all conservatives are bad. No. Is that you get reactionaries like Candace Owens who can never be what, shoot, what's his name? Firing Line. National Review. What's the guy's name? Buckley. William F. Buckley. What William F. Buckley would call a responsible conservative. We don't have that anymore. There's no such thing as a responsible conservative anymore. Like, I mean, I guess in, like, Canada or something like that, but, like, barely. No, you got, like, populists in that. And, like, populist conservatives are either already reactionaries or teetering on the edge, you know? Hell, populist leftists are teetering on the edge of being assholes as well. Who was the last responsible Republican? I mean, there's plenty of, you know, moderate Republicans today, right? What we would call moderate Republicans, who in previous eras would have been called conservative Republicans. But, like, the bar for what is conservative has shifted so far to the right that, you know, we're starting to incorporate literal neo-Nazis. Like, guys, I used to be a Republican. Like, up until 2016, I was a fucking Republican. And yet, I mean, I'm wearing a freaking blue goddamn hat. Like, this is the colors that should represent Republicans. And yet, the way that conservatism has fallen apart in the last, I'd say, 15 years, especially starting with at least starting with the Tea Party, how it's degenerated into populism and reactionary stuff. It makes conservatism impossible to hold. It makes, you know, a conservative just seem like a plain Jane liberal. So, a lot of this rhetoric where we're talking about, like, how conservatism leads to Trumpism or whatever, I don't even really know what Trumpism is, and I don't think Trump does. But this rhetoric of how conservatives are to blame, you got the fact that you're even engaging in that kind of rhetoric that, like, you know, X side is to blame, and, you know, it's not literally both sides on this one, that's a problem. And that is a problem down to its core. Like, would conservatives in most... Biden would be a conservative in most other countries, true. And that's what I'm getting at. Like, that, like, what are we talking about in terms of what is to be conserved? Because at this point, when conservatives are talking about conserving something, they're talking about conserving something that never existed. That's being a reactionary. That's the difference. Like, contrary to popular belief, the history profession is inherently conservative. It's literally, we want to preserve history. And yeah, you got Marxists, you got leftists all over the profession, and sure, they probably don't really fit that mold, but the vast majority of historians in the United States would probably count as conservative in any other country. Probably including myself. But I don't live in other countries, so I can't, I have no label for myself. Remember, I was a Republican until 2016. Like, literally. I did not vote for Obama. Not once. I voted both in 2008 and in 2012. Didn't vote for Obama either time. I mean, think about it. How many people decry me as being a leftist, and yet I didn't vote for Obama? I mean, I also didn't vote for Hillary, but I also didn't vote for Trump either. I voted for Johnson in that election, but I was living in California. I knew my vote didn't count. Here, on the other hand, in New Mexico, I voted for Biden. I actually voted for McCain, yeah. Seriously, I voted for McCain. I also voted for the Obama wannabe, who was Republican. Who I literally cannot remember his name. He's a Mormon. Romney, thank you. Like, I voted for McCain and Romney. Like, my first presidential election was McCain. My second was Romney. I voted for them because I was a Republican. You know, I still kind of believe in slow change. I don't want, you know, rapid change. That's kind of the main differentiator. At least between conservatism and liberalism. But, like, nowadays, that's just not a thing. So I'm going to take one more question and call it a night. Because I just finished my beer. One last question. Thank you, Sweet Goals. How is my cat? Okay, that's a quick answer. He's there. Hey, King. Hey, King. Say hi. Meow. Say hi. I'll give him some. I'm gonna play with him after this immediately. Don't worry. How did you hear about the fall of Kabul? How did I hear it? Just the news. How was my day? Let's bring it back to the subject of this entire stream, which was, you know, how PragerU is basically propagandizing white supremacy. I've been working on, like, I'm working on the tech polarization episode. Still, it is very long. It's It's going to take a longer time. I am only 43 minutes in, and it is currently at an hour and 5 minutes. So, yeah, it's going to take a while longer to edit. But think about that and how PragerU fits in. Here's a question. Is this even the worst PU video? Probably not. I don't know. I'm not going to try to go through their catalog. I'm more concerned about how they present history than how they, do elsewhere. I'm a historian. That's what I do. I'm more concerned about history than, their policy proposals or whatever. I saw, I've seen any number of, left tubers doing videos, and there's a lot of them, but I don't know which ones. Oh, the Lee one. Okay, so I do actually have the Lee one here. Funny enough, let me show you. Whoop. I actually have it right here. I actually download that.
Robert E. Lee.
Yeah, this one's particularly bad because of are being torn down across America. But he was cool because he was a, great soldier. 30 years of service. He put down John Brown. They say this is a good thing. And he said that slavery is a moral and political evil, but considered it
greater evil to the white man than to the black race.
So here's, everybody's like, see? This is where, they go mask off. But no, not really. They're just quoting Robert E. Lee. Like, they were quoting it as a good thing, but also you can see why. Not so much as like a racist thing, but this is just, like, it's not false that black people were immeasurably better off here than in Africa, but like, it's being used to justify the continuance of slavery, even though he's basically saying it's, evil, even though he does say it's a greater evil to the white man. But at no point in this is it saying that, like, PragerU endorses this notion. It's one of the great kind of misconceptions about this video is that PragerU was endorsing what he said. They're just saying he was a cool guy, I guess. Which, whatever, like, that's subjective. Whatever. I don't care. Not really my concern, to be honest. He wasn't a particularly good strategist. He was good at defense, terrible at offense. That's the thing that everybody forgets about Lee, is that he was freaking terrible at offense. And really, it's pretty easy to be good at defense. Like, you just fortify yourself. Duh. So, it's not actually that... like, Lee was good in the Mexican-American War. In the in-between time, most of his engagements were by overwhelming force. And then when the general thing in terms of military strategy, at least as it's taught by the American military, by the American Army specifically, is that you need about 3 times the people to take on a defending force. the U.S. Army never had that fighting the Confederates. It was never 3 times. And that's where Lee excelled. When he came to attack the U.S., be it during Gettysburg or during, it's one of the most costly battles in U.S. history, and I cannot remember it. It's in Maryland, though, not in Pennsylvania. Wherever it is, Lee screwed up again and basically incurred the wrath of Lincoln by way of the Emancipation Proclamation. So, you know, Lee wasn't particularly good at offense. That much is for sure. But in terms of that video, honestly, it's not really as bad as everybody makes it out to be. It's just that it, like, is saying, these are the things that Lee said. It does say that that's a good thing, which is a problem, but it's nowhere close to as bad as what Candace Owens did, which was so disinformation and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, but Tyler's like, Grant versus Lee, who would win? We already know. Grant, obviously. Grant won in the first place. But, you know, I don't think that it's worth trying to measure generals by, like, you know, how well they did in their field, but more, you should look at them in their context. You know, what, not just what did they do, but how did they do it? And what were they looking at to try to implement? Because officers are never particularly creative. They're looking at folks who have been doing this kind of stuff for a long time, and, you know, they're literally studying, like, Alexander the Great and stuff. And going like, yes, but the way that he shifted his troops in this battle opened up a, you know, hole in the enemy line and that kind of thing. That's how they think. And when you look at that kind of thing, it opens up a lot of, it opens up a very different way of viewing officers. Because suddenly, they're perpetuating a particular ideology. And then it's about who has the better ideology. And when it comes to who has the better ideology, the answer is obvious. Grant. And no, he wasn't the butcher or anything along those lines, but he did understand that modern warfare is about numbers rather than grand strategy. You know, he took a fire hose approach where it mattered. He was a lot more practical. And the story goes is that at Appomattox he shows up with, like, mud on his boots and, you know, a dreary uniform, you know, with just crap all over it. My headphones don't quite reach, do they? Yeah! You know, he shows up with a uniform that's like this, you know. Nothing special about it, just whatever. You know, little epaulets on it, and that's about it. And, whoop. Go back. Alright, there we go. Probably showed my belly a little bit on there. But, like, the, I saw something about most ugly casualties. For the Union were when the war was transitioning to siege warfare. Yeah, absolutely. But, well, no, not really. Because, Americana, you are, not really looking at how the the Battle of the Wilderness, the second Battle of the Wilderness technically, but normally just called the Battle of the Wilderness, was absolutely fucking horrific. Like, you know, there's tons of stories of people just listening to the sound of people burning alive because the underbrush was set on fire, and then it caused this whole storm at the Battle of the Wilderness, and the Union just got slaughtered by the wildfire, and nobody could go in because it was too freaking hot, so they just had to listen to their freaking compatriots burn alive, scream, and then smolder, as you can smell, as one Caribbean tribe put it, the smell of long pig. So it's complicated. But I also I just don't care about measuring generals. Like, hell, if we go, let's go here and go to if we go to my Civil War lecture, since we pulled it up earlier. Oh no, that's the bigotry chart. By the way, here's the bigotry chart. But anyways, you'll see that the way that I do this, it's all about, you know, common people. It's history from the bottom up. So, you know, there is all of these, like, we talk about, like, diplomacy, for instance. But when I talk about diplomacy, it's about how, like, diplomacy affected the cause. You know, when I talk about, like, big strategy, it's more about, like, this is what should have happened. Like, the Anaconda plan should have happened. But instead, we took a while before we actually implemented it. So when I start talking about, you know, like, the actual campaigns, and notice, this is the 8th slide. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Before I finally get to talking about the Eastern Theater, right? And really, it's just talking about how much of a meat grinder it is. That's the whole point of this slide, right? It's talking about the meat grinder, not the actual strategy. And then I talk about, like, the Trans-Mississippi West, and notice that's a picture of the Sand Creek Massacre. So, you know, I talk about the Indian Wars and the little bit of stuff that happens in Kansas and New Mexico. Then we get to the Western Theater, where there's actually, like, successful stuff happening. Then the East again, and finally the effects. So in total, the actual, like, big strategy elements of this lecture are 1, 2, 3. So 3 slides out of 12. 3 slides out of 12. That's the entire. This is a 2-week lecture. It takes 2 separate sessions. Sessions are an hour and a quarter. So this is a 2.5-hour lecture. If I can actually complete it in that amount of time. Sometimes I end up going over. But the you can see that this is complicated, and I don't focus on, you know, cool generals and cool things. I'm more concerned about, like, people. You know, the general history of the people who made this thing happen. Yeah, generals take an effect and everything, but, like, they're just one part of a greater machine. So, I think that's actually kind of a good poignant part, because, you know, now we're talking about, like, military history and whatnot. And I know I'm wearing, like, literally military history stuff, but I'm not a military historian. I don't really care. You know, everybody likes to talk about, like, oh, the generals did this thing and the generals did that thing, but, like, I care about, like, you know, casualty counts and, you know, the public calling for genocide and stuff like that. Like, that's the kind of thing that I care about. You know, the thing that affected more people, you know? Like, cool. You had you had, you know, Pickett's charge. It's important because it, like, ended up screwing up the entire thing at Gettysburg, but I don't know, which one's more important? The failure of Gettysburg or the failure of industry behind it? The answer should be the failure of industry behind it. And that's the point of all of that. Like, that's why I teach this lecture like that. You know, why I teach the lecture in a way, you know, I'm talking about, you know, mind you, you have to understand the lecture is about the war itself. So, you know, talks about mobilization, sanitary commissions, copperheads, financing. Then, like, the rigors of modern warfare. You can see all the dead bodies and all that kind of stuff. Then, like, here's the grand strategy that they wanted to implement but didn't actually happen. Then, international diplomacy. Then, like, here are the various theaters of war. This is the one that everyone wants to talk about. Just this one little area right here, but look at all the rest of it. You know, then there is the actual, you know, this little tiny bit. So this is about that little tiny bit. Then this is about literally the rest of the United States. Everything other than this little batch of stuff right here. This is about literally the rest of it. Then the Western Theater, and then the Eastern Theater finally getting mopped up. And then, notice, I end with dead bodies. Like, those are actual skulls, and they're being buried by black people. You notice a trend here. Like, the whole point of the entire thing is to downplay this whole great man history, this whole, like, War of Gentlemen thing. Because that's just ahistorical. Like, those black people I was showing just a second ago are just as important as any soldier. So, yeah. While I put on all the rigmarole of, you know, having a bummer hat, and there's my actual, like, cavalry hat right here. Like, this is my actual cavalry hat. You know, hell, you can see, if you look closely, that's my unit symbol right there, the 11th Cav. Alons. But, like, it's important to be able to step back and see that, like, these are regular people. And that's something that I learned very closely by joining the military, was that I was never an officer. I was never a, you know, higher up. I never even became an NCO. I was just a soldier. And that's what I remained. I experienced combat, I did my duty, but ultimately I learned that it is a lot more important to understand how a war is fought than, you know, the general's perspective. Because the general's perspective is merely 1 among thousands. So, not even particularly important. And that's how I teach it. So, if it isn't any more to do, I'll probably jump over to, oh, it's 12:30. I've been on here for a while. Been on here for 4 hours. So, I'm not gonna jump over to Discord or anything tonight, because I need to go to sleep. But, you know, here's the link to the Discord. And, I need to go to sleep myself, and I am, starting to feel the effects of this beer, because it is some strong beer. I'm going to sleep. So, good night, everybody. Hope you guys had fun. Maybe I'll cut this together and make it, you know, nice and short or something like that. Otherwise, I will talk to y'all at some other point. It seems like this was pretty fun, I should say. So, probably do some more, like, PragerU reaction videos or something like that. It was fun. Alright. Bye, everyone.